Chapter 1459. The two overlapping wheels, one green and one white, suddenly began to rotate slowly in opposite directions. The middle part of the wheel made a click sound. If one listened carefully, it actually sounded like gears biting together. They were interlocked and very exquisite. As the two wheels intertwined and rotated, it also produced an astonishing pressure. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to quickly converge towards this side. One in front and one behind, it actually formed two energy vortexes. Hiss, to be able to fuse these two divine powers so perfectly, it's rare. It seems that this young man is not completely useless. To be able to catch the eye of Bailey June, it's naturally not ordinary. But I think there seems to be a gap between these two divine powers. It can't be considered a perfect match. This person looks to be in his 20s. If he's a demigod expert, his talent isn't considered top-notch. As for Chuyu, he seems to be only 17, right? He's already a stage 9 warrior. But now that the two of them are fighting, isn't it obvious who has the advantage? This match had nothing to do with their talent, it was only related to their current combat power. Jiang Ji-won felt like there was a ball of fire in her heart that was constantly surging, as if it would explode from her chest in the next moment. She had heard enough of such words. So what if his talent was better? Before he grew into a true expert, he was just a piece of trash. Today, she would take revenge for both old and new grudges. Go! Jiang Ji-won roared. The huge wheel immediately crushed towards Chu Luyue. Its speed wasn't fast, and it was very uniform and stable. It seemed to be too leisurely. However, wherever the wheel passed, the void collapsed, and a large area of black holes appeared. One could see how powerful it was. Before it arrived in front of her, a gust of wind had already swept over. Chu Luyue's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The closer she got, the more she could feel the astonishing power between the two intertwining wheels. Once she was dragged into it, she was afraid that not even a complete corpse would be left. It was just a match to determine the winner. Why did he use such a killing move at the beginning? This young man who was specially brought by Bailey June seemed to have a deep hostility towards her, and even a killing intent. Whoosh! Chu Luyue flicked his wrist, and a dazzling blue-gold light flashed past. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes before they saw a sword appear in Chu Luyue's hand. The blue-gold light came from the scabbard. Chu Luyue held the scabbard with one hand and raised his other hand, slowly grasping the slender and cold sword hilt. The surrounding power flowed like a river, causing the tassels at the end of the curl to sway gently. Chu Luyue's expression gradually darkened as he held his breath. His black jade-like eyes, which seemed to have sunk into a deep pool, gradually glowed with a piercingly cold light. An indistinct killing intent silently surged like the fog in the middle of the night. Unknowingly, everything was surrounded. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around her, isolating her from the outside world. It was as if no matter what happened outside, it would not affect her at all. Even at this moment, he was still calm and composed. Some people secretly exchanged glances. This Chuyu, it seems, that he's not that simple. Jiang Ji-won met that pair of cold eyes, and in an instant, her entire body turned cold. An indescribable fear suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. She clenched her teeth and tried her best to calm herself down and suppress her restless heartbeat. What was there to be afraid of? The strength of a rank 8 warrior, how strong could he be? Right now, she was 2 whole ranks higher than the other party. He was just putting on an act. Thinking of this, Jiang Ji-won's mood finally calmed down a little. Clang! Chu Luyue drew his sword. A streak of rainbow-colored light streaked across the sky. Some sharp-eyed people's expressions changed, and they immediately sat up straight. Their eyes were fixed on the sword. Those present were all strong people of the current era. What good things had they not seen before? Their eyesight was very sharp. The moment Chu Luyue took out the Scarlet Heaven sword, someone immediately sensed that something was wrong. This is the divine weapon that the Golden Wings sect and Lingxiao College fought over in the Blue Feather Abyss. That's it. Previously in the northern region of the primitive desolation, Jiu also used this sword to split open the door of the mysterious space. However, the aura of the sword at that time didn't seem to be so shocking. But this is indeed the same sword. Moreover, didn't Jean D suspect that it was actually a venerable divine weapon? Such an aura, such a pressure, how could a king divine weapon possess it? In fact, although everyone had heard of this news, there were not many who really took it to heart. Because it had been too long since a venerable divine weapon appeared in the divine ruins world. Moreover, they actually knew the ins and outs of this divine weapon. At that time, the Golden Wings sect and Lingxiao College were fighting over it. In the end, for some reason, Jean Lei died, and Chuyu became the owner of that divine weapon by accident. If it was really a venerable divine weapon, would Lingxiao College be willing to give it up? But what they didn't expect was that Lingxiao College was really willing to give it up. Moreover, because of the mediation of Rong Xiu and the others, the elders didn't even pursue Chu Luiyue. They just let her take away a venerable divine weapon. After all, Lingxiao College was not the same as these aristocratic families. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw the red cloud sword in Chu Luiyue's hand, they only realized in hindsight and were full of shock. I've already said it. Jean D stared at the red cloud sword with bloodshot eyes. Although Chu Luiyue had used the red cloud sword in public before, she just waved it casually and didn't display its true power. In addition, those people's attention was elsewhere at that time, so they didn't pay much attention to it. It was not until now that Chu Luiyue was about to officially take action that they realized that they had made such a big mistake. But now, it was too late for regrets. After all, they couldn't openly snatch something from Lingxiao College's student in their territory, right? However, there were still some people who were quick-witted. Jiang Jiwan also saw it and couldn't help but feel jealous. The things that Bailey June gave her were not bad, and she was very satisfied at the beginning. But compared to a venerable divine weapon, it was nothing. This Chu Yu's background was unclear, and he was arrogant and undisciplined, which was very annoying. She really didn't know what the college and Rong Xiu saw in him. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue threw the scabbard into the air. A brilliant ray of light streaked across the air. In the next moment, Chu Luiyue held the sword with both hands and tiptoed. Her figure instantly flew out. She was very agile. She soared into the air. She raised the sword above her head. Whoosh! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered toward the red cloud sword in a frenzy. In an instant, the world lost its color. It was a shock. Even the energy that was surging toward the wheel of the blue sky scorching sun was suddenly blocked by an invisible pressure. It changed direction and rushed into the red cloud sword at an even faster speed. What? Jiang Jiwan's heart skipped a beat. How could a venerable divine weapon be so domineering? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1460. But before she could digest this shock, she saw an even more frightening scene. After forcefully plundering the energy of heaven and earth that the clear sky scorching sun wheel was devouring, the scarlet heaven sword actually started to shake the power of the wheel. The two wheels that were originally rotating in perfect harmony were now affected by the terrifying pressure and actually started to shake. Crack, crack. In the middle of the green and white wheels, a section suddenly staggered and let out an ear-piercing sound. The two forces instantly deviated from each other. They started to strangle each other. Jiang Jiwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The trace of fear that she had buried deep in her heart finally surged up at this moment. It easily drowned her. How could this be? How could this be? The duel had not officially started, and her opponent had only used a sword. It actually directly destroyed her attack. This move was a trump card that she had seriously practiced when she was following Bailey June. Other than the two of them, no one else knew that she would use this move. On one hand, she did not want to expose her identity. On the other hand, she wanted to get rid of Chu Yu directly, so she directly chose this move. Who knew? Swoosh. Jiang Jiwan's mind raced as she quickly took out the second god's pearl. It shot out. Bang! The god's pearl entered the center. A vast and terrifying power surged out. In the blink of an eye, the bright white god's power quickly spread out and enveloped the entire huge clear sky-scorching sun wheel. The white color was still white, and the green color also became white. The two wheels that were about to go berserk were finally controlled in time. The green god's power was devoured and completely merged with the small white wheel inside. The aura on it seemed to be even stronger than before. It continued to close in on Chu Luiyue. However, this scene caused many people to frown and shake their heads repeatedly. The balance between the two gods' powers was broken by Chu Yu, and little Lu was unable to do anything about it. He could only add another god's pearl to completely cover his green god's power and barely control it. But, in this way, doesn't it mean that he didn't do anything at all, and only threw out two god's pearls to deal with this competition? Bailey June is really good to him. He actually took out two god's pearls so casually. I think we might be able to pull out a few more boosts later. If that's the case, why don't we just let Bailey June come up and fight with Chu Yu? Isn't that more direct and convenient? Everyone discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of ridicule. They were willing to give Bailey June face, but it did not mean that they were afraid of him. Look at this match. What did it look like? What a joke. That little Lu is representing us. His actions are really shameful. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent someone stronger up there. Isn't it too late to say that now? I only hope that after using so many methods, he won't lose in the end. That's hard to say. Chu Yu hasn't officially made his move yet. Bailey June was also anxious when he saw this. How could he have thought that Chu Yu actually had a venerable artifact? But, a mere rank 8 warrior shouldn't even have the strength to pick up a venerable artifact, so how did he unleash its might and power? Chu Luiyue did not care about the commotion outside and held her breath in concentration. In fact, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Scarlet Heaven Sword's efficiency in devouring the energy of heaven and earth was very high. Under normal circumstances, she could swing her sword in the blink of an eye. But today, she deliberately slowed down her movements. The huge wheel that was emitting a dazzling light was already in front of her. It was only a few steps away from Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's eyes sharpened. The force in her limbs and bones seemed to have been summoned and surged out together. Then, she decisively swung her sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword, break. Swoosh. The long sword slashed down. Kacha. A subtle but clear sound suddenly came from the wheel. Jiang Jiwan's smile suddenly froze. She looked in horror at a neat crack that appeared in the middle of the wheel. In the next moment, the wheel broke. The energy scattered in all directions. Boom! Following this shocking explosion, the originally majestic wheel transformed into countless specks of light that swept out in all directions. Jiang Jiwan was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Her body was instantly sent flying. Bam! She landed heavily on the ground and even slid quite a distance. A long trail of blood was left on the ground. Her back was burning with pain, and her internal organs felt like they were being crushed by something. Pfft! Jiang Jiwan spat out a mouthful of blood. She had not recovered from her injuries to begin with, and now that she was injured again, she was even more miserable and almost fainted. Bailey June suddenly stood up. He waved his sleeves and was about to attack. However, at this moment, Rong Xiu suddenly looked over. There was a faint smile on his devilish face, but his eyes were as deep as the sea and as sharp as a knife. Clan leader, you seem to be very concerned about this person? The competition is not over yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to attack? Bailey Chun choked on his words. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and finally sat back down. I know. There was dead silence. Princess Yao. Chu Luiyue suddenly tilted her head and looked at Yao Bin, who was standing at the side. He subconsciously looked over, and there was still a look of shock on his face. It was obvious that Chu Luiyue's current abilities had far exceeded his expectations. Did you see it clearly just now? Chu Luiyue curved her lips into a smile. That's how I won that day. Then, she looked around. Her tone was still casual and calm, and her smile was gentle. Everyone, if there's anyone who didn't see it clearly, I can demonstrate it again. Digression, yesterday, I broke my hand washing socks. I cried because of my stupidity. After a night, it's already much better. Sob sob sob. Update will continue at 6:00 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 1461. Demonstrate again? Even if he had the strength to swing his sword again, Lil Lu might not be alive enough to withstand a second strike. Chu Yu. Don't go too far. Before Yao Bin could say anything, Bailey Jun was the first to reprimand him. Chu Luiyue turned around and blinked at Bailey Jun. Clan leader Bailey, I'm just explaining to everyone. How is that going too far? Suddenly, she had a look of realization. Oh, are you talking about me injuring this person? But we're in a competition, so there has to be a winner, right? Also, we've only exchanged one move. She looked innocent, as if she was at a loss of what to do. Pfft, a low chuckle suddenly came from the quiet crowd, but it was quickly suppressed. However, this chuckle seemed to have flipped a switch. The originally cold and solemn atmosphere became subtle. Many people could not help but laugh and secretly exchange glances with each other. One move. Wasn't it just one move? From beginning to end, Chu Yu had only swung his sword once. What's more, he didn't do anything. In the end, it was Lil Lu who did not live up to expectations. She could not win with two of Bailey Jun's divine pearls, and was even beaten to a pulp by her opponent. Not only did Bailey Jun not feel embarrassed, he even had the cheek to be angry here. What a joke. Originally, everyone thought that those who could be brought here by him must have top-notch talents. Now, it was obvious that she was an idiot who could not handle the situation. They really did not know what Bailey Jun was thinking. No one spoke, and the scene was very quiet. However, everyone's thoughts were more or less expressed on their faces. How could Bailey Jun not see it? After living for so long, how could he not see the mockery and ridicule of others? He could not feel it. Those people looked at Jiang Jiwan on the ground, then looked at Bailey Jun with meaningful eyes. Bailey Jun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His face was red and his throat was tight. For a moment, he did not know how to refute. It was a competition. It was a battle. Moreover, it was an extremely crucial match. He couldn't possibly stop them from making a move. Bailey Jun's blood was rushing through his veins. His heart was beating like a drum, and his temples were throbbing. He was about to explode from anger. He glanced at Jiang Jiwan, feeling both angry and distressed. Get up. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people watching, he would have personally helped her up. But Rong Xiu's words just now made him vigilant, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so he had no choice but to comply. Jiang Jiwan also felt wronged. How could she have known that this Chu Yu was actually so terrifying? Once the Venerable One's divine weapon was used, it was simply unstoppable. What was the point of talking about winning or losing? In front of so many people, with the strength of a demigod, he lost to the opponent's rank 8 warrior. This was worse than killing her. She was as proud and complacent as she was at the beginning, and now she was as angry and resentful as she was angry. She struggled to get up, pulling at her wound. It was so painful that her vision turned black. Seeing the mottled bloodstains on the ground, she was shocked and her hatred for the young man in front of her increased. This Chu Yu, was he here specifically to subdue her? At this moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step forward. Jiang Jiwan was frightened and subconsciously took a few steps back. In a moment of carelessness, she fell to the ground again. More blood oozed out of the wounds on her body. It was mottled and messy, and she looked very miserable. You. What else do you want? Because of nervousness and fear, Jiang Jiwan's voice became shrill and ear-piercing. Chu Luiyue looked at her in surprise. I just wanted to ask if you were going to admit defeat. Why are you so nervous? Jiang Jiwan's face turned red and white. She felt that she had completely lost her face. And Bailey Jun had already turned his eyes away. Out of sight, out of mind. He really hated to see Jiang Jiwan's useless and cowardly appearance. In the past, Jiang Jiwan was confident, generous, and likable. Why did it suddenly become like this now? There were so many top experts in the Divine Ruins world present, and each of them had a high status. If they saw this scene, who knew how they would mock him behind his back? And Yuntian Tower. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Rong Xiu, only to see the man leaning against the back of the chair with a relaxed expression and a lazy posture. His thin scarlet lips were slightly raised, as if he was smiling. Smiling? At this time, Rong Xiu could still smile? Didn't he think that this was a loss of face for Yuntian Tower? Holy Sun, say a few words. Bailey Jun couldn't help but frown and speak. Rong Xiu tilted his head and looked over. His expression was gentle, but his eyes were cold. He had a faint smile on his face. What does the patriarch want I to say? Say what? Of course it was to speak up for Jiang Jiwan. Bailey Chun was infuriated. Rong Xiu was clearly doing this on purpose. Of course, it's about this match. Bailey Jun reminded him vaguely. As long as Rong Xiu spoke, he represented Yuntian Tower's position. Chu Yu probably couldn't go too far. As if he understood Rong Xiu's hint, Rong Xiu looked enlightened. He turned his gaze and looked at the arena. Chu Yu, he spoke lazily. His voice was low, but it was full of magnetism. It easily tugged at people's heartstrings without batting an eyelid. Everyone pricked up their ears. Then, they heard Rong Xiu say with a faint smile. You did well. Dead silence. Bailey Jun's expression instantly cracked. Jiang Jiwan looked like she was struck by lightning. She was about to go crazy. She thought Rong Xiu would speak up for them, but he actually went to praise Chu Yu. Son of God. Bailey Jun tried to suppress the anger in his heart, but his eyes were burning with flames. Little Lu is a member of Yuntian Tower, you, patriarch. You just came out of seclusion not long ago, there are some things that you don't know. Rong Xiu interrupted him and chuckled. From the beginning to the end, I stood on junior brother Chu Yu's side, just like the academy. Now that she had won and had proven her strength and innocence, could it be that she was still not worthy of a compliment? Rong Xiu said slowly. Bailey Jun suddenly choked. He knew. Of course he knew. Jiang Jiwan had told him before that Rong Xiu took great care of Chu Yu. After hearing this, he naturally didn't have a good impression of Chu Yu. This time, he came with the intention of destroying Chu Yu's prestige. He was so focused on helping Jiang Jiwan vent her anger that he completely forgot about this. Only now did he realize that Rong Xiu had drawn a line between them from the beginning to the end. It was their own business to lose face, what did it have to do with him? Chu Luiyue smiled, her eyes curved. Thank you, Your Highness. Then, she looked at Jiang Jiwan and raised her eyebrows. It seems that you still don't want to admit defeat? With that, she took another step forward. This step was like stepping on Jiang Jiwan's heart. She stopped breathing and shouted almost reflexively. I admit defeat. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1462. Because of her nervousness and fear, she shouted quickly and hurriedly. She even lost her voice. It was as if she was begging for mercy when someone grabbed her by the neck. Many people sneered, their faces full of sarcasm. That's it? She was really unpresentable. It seemed that Bailey June was really old and muddle-headed. Moreover, Rong Xiu's words just now were very meaningful. The two people with the highest status, Yun Tianke and Li Qingshan, clearly had a great disagreement. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were on opposite sides. It was just that they had not completely shed all pretense of cordiality. However, this day might not be long in coming. Chu Luiyue nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yao Bin. Princess Yao, I wonder if you are satisfied with this competition? Yao Bin looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, his mood complicated. In a short time, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He originally thought that Chu Yu's speech was merely an excuse for him to absolve himself, and it was also extremely absurd, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. But reality slapped him in the face. At this moment, when he met that pair of black and bright eyes, he felt his face burning. But it could not be helped. Before the results came out, who would have thought that Chu Yu would win? But not only did he win, but he won beautifully. Yao Bin's hands clenched and loosened. In the end, he could only sigh. I believe your previous explanation and am willing to keep my promise. From now on, I will not suspect that you have any unusual relationship with the Black Demon Cave. Yao Bin took a while to accept reality, but it could be said that he was decisive. Then, he took a step forward and cupped his hands at Chu Luiyue. Previously, I misunderstood you, so I apologize to you. Chu Luiyue tilted her head and smiled. Princess Yao is too polite. I know that you also want to find out the truth, and I can take this opportunity to clear my name. It's a good thing. You don't have to take it to heart. The reason why Yao Bin was so aggressive toward her previously was that he believed in his heart that Chu Luiyue had something going on with Black Demon Cave. Purple Light County and the Black Demon Cave had a blood feud, so it was normal for him to have such a reaction. What was rare was that after knowing that he was wrong, he could still apologize in public. He had completely let go of his pride, which could be considered magnanimous and upright. Chu Luiyue had a good impression of him. If he wanted to deal with the Black Demon Cave in the future, he might be able to join forces with them. Of course, this was a matter for the future. This thought flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind, but she quickly suppressed it. She raised her head slightly and flicked her wrist. Clang! He sheathed his sword. With a brilliant flash of light, Scarlet Heaven's sword returned to her hand. In the surroundings, many gazes fell upon Scarlet Heaven's sword. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered as he sneered in his heart. Today, she took out the Scarlet Heaven sword, which would definitely attract a lot of trouble. Right now, these people were restraining themselves for the sake of the academy. However, in the future, it was hard to say. He's just relying on the divine might of the Venerable One's divine weapon. A low voice that was obviously suppressing something was heard. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Ji-won, who had just turned around and was about to retreat. He took a step forward and blocked the other party's path. Wait. Jiang Ji-won's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Chu Luiyue with a trace of panic in her eyes. What are you doing? I should be the one asking you that. Chu Luiyue smiled. Don't tell me you don't understand the principle of accepting defeat? I'm still here. What do you mean by that sentence just now? Everyone looked over again. Jiang Ji-won was extremely nervous. The terrifying experience from the fight just now had left a heavy shadow on her. She almost didn't have the courage to face Chu Luiyue again. However, she was still unwilling to accept it. Avoiding Chu Luiyue's intimidating gaze, Jiang Ji-won lowered her head. I didn't say anything. It seems that you're very dissatisfied with the result of the fight just now. Faced with Chu Luiyue's questioning, Jiang Ji-won was about to break down. She was already in a bad mood after losing. Everyone was praising Chu Yu and belittling her, as if there was a huge gap between them. However, that was not the case. If she also had a venerable artifact, how could she have lost? Therefore, Jiang Ji-won hesitated for a moment and chose to admit it. I'm just telling the truth. She gritted her teeth. If you don't use that venerable artifact and fight with me, it's still unknown who will win. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Everyone could hear the provocation in her words. Bailey June opened his mouth and wanted to stop her. However, after thinking about it, he swallowed those words. In fact, he also thought so in his heart. He could tell that Chu Yu's strength was much more powerful than ordinary cultivators of the same level, but it was not so incredible. The most important thing was still that venerable artifact. Chu Luyue stared at Jiang Jiwan for a while and suddenly smiled. Since you think so, then let's have another fight. As soon as she said that, everyone was shocked. Jiang Jiwan suddenly looked up and looked at her in disbelief. You? What did you say? Since you're not convinced, then let's change the method and beat you until you're convinced. Chu Luyue smiled, but every word she said was as sharp as a knife. It was precisely this casual attitude that made Jiang Jiwan's anger explode in an instant. The other party had a venerable artifact, she could not beat him. But if it was a normal fight, how could she not win? However, if that's the case, I won't suppress my strength anymore. Chu Luyue added. 9th stage warrior? Jiang Jiwan did not care. She seemed to be afraid that Chu Luyue would go back on her words and immediately said. Okay. Then it's a deal. Digression, the 6th watch might be a little later, about 6:30 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1463. Just like that, the two of them decided on a new match with just a few words. No one stopped them. Some people wanted to see if Chu Yu really had the strength to win against a demigod without the venerable artifact. Some people wanted to test the true level of Chu Yu's combat strength. There were also people who purely wanted to watch the show and didn't mind blowing things up. The only people who were worried were the people from Lingxiao College. This kid, Elder Bo Yen, wanted to dissuade them, but before he could say anything, the two of them had already decided. Moreover, this matter was proposed by Chu Yu himself. If he objected, he would look a little guilty. Bo Yen, don't worry. That kid won't lose so easily. Elder Hua Feng leaned closer and said in a low voice. Elder Bo Yen turned his head and glanced at him. How could he be so sure? There was still a difference between a rank 9 warrior and a demigod. Elder Hua Feng suddenly chuckled, touched his chin, and looked at the field. Others didn't know, but he knew. That kid had many trump cards. If he didn't allow him to use Scarlet Heaven's sword, he could still use other trump cards. Poor Xiao Lu. He was covered in wounds and thought that he had a chance to turn the tables. There was also Bailey June. If he still had a bit of rationality, he wouldn't agree to the second match now. He didn't think about it. Chu Yu suppressed his strength to that of a rank 8 warrior and was still able to wield Scarlet Heaven's sword. How could an ordinary person compare to him? Seeing Elder Hua Feng's expression of waiting to watch a good show, Elder Bo Yen felt a little strange, but his heart calmed down a lot. He also turned his head, intending to see how things would develop. Jiang Jiwan took out a pill and swallowed it. A warm and gentle force instantly spread to her limbs and bones. This made her feel much better. Dragging a heavily injured body, her combat strength would definitely be greatly reduced. But she wanted to win too much. What did he eat just now? Why do I smell the scent of a bewildering fragrance pill? Elder Wan Zheng's nose twitched as he frowned slightly. This kind of pill was very precious and could only be refined by venerable doctors. And its effect was extremely special. This kind of medicinal pill could, for a short period of time, allow a cultivator to ignore their injuries and unleash their strongest power. Sometimes, it could even allow a heavily injured person to display strength that exceeded their normal level. However, the side effects of this bewildering fragrance pill were also very strong. This was because this was equivalent to overdrafting the cultivator's physical strength and energy. After half an incense stick of time passed, the body of the person who had taken the pill would rapidly deteriorate. If it was not treated in time, it would leave irreversible damage. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only in a life and death situation would people be willing to use this thing. This was just a competition. It had to be said that Jiang Jiwan was going all out by doing this. That is indeed the bewitching fragrance pill. Rong Xiu said calmly. Elder Wan Zhang's frown deepened. It's just a competition, not a life and death battle. What is he trying to do? Their precious disciple had a good temper and was not someone to be bullied. Rong Xiu looked at the field. Chu Liuyue's shoulders and back were straight, like a pine tree. After seeing Jiang Jiwan take the bewitching fragrance pill, she raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly a little surprised. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the smile that flashed across his eyes. Her acting was really realistic. She was clearly waiting for her opponent to do this, but she still pretended to be surprised. It seemed that this time, she was determined to completely take care of her opponent. Chu Luyue did it on purpose. It was not like she had nothing better to do. Did she want to do this again just to prove that she was stronger than her opponent? Or did she take the initiative to give up the venerable artifact and fight with her opponent barehanded? Her opponent was brainless, but it did not mean that she was the same. This move was to retreat in order to advance. It could not be simpler. Her opponent's desire to win was very strong. At this time, as long as there was a slight chance of winning, her opponent would grab it tightly. Chu Luyue thought to herself, Amitabha. She had always been kind and could not bear to see others being tortured. Her opponent was about to go crazy and only wanted to die. How could she bear to look on helplessly? It was better to be kind and help Buddha all the way to the west. Please. Chu Luyue seemed to have heard the words about the bewitching fragrance pill from the people around her. She frowned slightly and looked slightly nervous. Jiang Jiwan clenched her fists. The wounds on her body did not hurt anymore, and there was constantly energy surging from all parts of her body. It gathered in her dantian. It had been a long time since she felt so full of energy and her combat strength was off the charts. Although the bewitching fragrance pill had side effects, she was certain that she could definitely take care of her opponent within half an incense's time. In fact, it would only take one move. Jiang Jiwan's confidence increased greatly, as if she could already imagine the scene after she won. She was filled with excitement, and the expression on her face was almost impossible to hide. She did not want to hide it either. The next moment, she crossed her hands in front of her. The turbulent force gathered. The aura around her increased greatly. After a while, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Why is her aura still increasing? Is she going to break through to the exalted God realm? Not long after that, a light appeared between Jiang Jiwan's brows. A totem appeared clearly. And the pressure on her body officially broke through to the exalted God realm. Relying on the power of the bewitching fragrance pill, she forcefully raised her realm temporarily. Many people's expressions changed slightly. When they looked at Chu Luyue again, they could not help but shake their heads. Although this was very dangerous, it was very useful. An exalted God powerhouse could easily crush a stage 9 warrior with one hand, right? Jiang Jiwan felt a tearing pain in her body. It was caused by forcefully raising her realm. But she did not care. As long as she could win, what did this matter? Die. She threw out a punch. It was simple and direct. At this time, tyrannical strength was better than any tricks. The shadows of her fists were everywhere, heading straight for Chu Liuyue's face. She did not move. Why isn't Chuyu moving? Is he stupid? Some people secretly frowned. Even if he could not win, he could run. What was the point of standing there in a daze? However, just as that terrifying power was about to crush and devour Chu Luyue, a clear cry suddenly resounded through the world. Screech! A crimson gold light burst out from Chu Liuyue's body and instantly flourished. Then, a huge figure appeared in front of Chu Luyue. Its entire body was golden and its pressure was impressive. Crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Some of them could not even suppress their impulse and directly stood up. They stared dumbfoundedly at the ancient mythological beast that had suddenly appeared. How, that's Chu Yu's contracted divine beast. Someone suddenly shrieked with a trembling voice. Boom! Dumpling's wings flapped, and the heavy shadows of the fists dissipated with a loud bang. Jiang Jiwan was also shocked. Her whole body was cold, and great fear surged in her heart. Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix, when did this happen? Dumpling. Chu Luiyue said with a smile. Bring this person to have a good walk. Screech. Dumpling leaned down and clamped Jiang Jiwan with its claws. It flew up. Chu Luiyue touched his chin. Half an incense's time, it would be over after 2 rounds. Digression, tomorrow is the 11th of the double 11. I don't know if I'm going to write or look at Taobao at night. Sob 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 sob. Chapter 1464. Dumpling's extremely sharp claws pierced through Jiang Jiwan's skin and dug deep into her flesh. The sharp pain caused Jiang Jiwan's face to turn ghastly pale. Pain. The reddish gold flame burned as if it was going to roast and devour her. Jiang Jiwan was shocked and terrified as she struggled with all her might. However, her strength was nothing in front of the reddish gold celestial phoenix. It was true that she had broken through to the great deity level, but the other party was an ancient divine beast. The two of them were not on the same level at all. What was there to fight over? It was a complete suppression. Jiang Jiwan endured the pain and forced herself to look down. She was shocked to find that she was being taken away. Where did this beast want to take her? If she could not break free after half an hour, then, she was done for. Deep fear surged in Jiang Jiwan's heart. She hurriedly mobilized all the strength in her body, wanting to struggle out. Let me down. You beast. Let me go. Dumpling's gaze turned cold. She was courting death. Crack. Dumpling flew even faster while exerting force with its claws. It actually broke a few of Jiang Jiwan's ribs. Hiss, Jiang Jiwan sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Her whole body trembled. She even vaguely felt that those sharp claws were about to dig out her internal organs. Immense fear surged in her heart. Jiang Jiwan's pale lips trembled. She could not rely on herself. She was afraid that, help. Clan, smack. Dumpling swung one of its wings down and directly slapped Jiang Jiwan's head. There was a dull thud. Jiang Jiwan's vision turned black, and she fainted right away. Dumpling leisurely carried the stiff Jiang Jiwan just like that and flew further away. Master said that he had to make 2 rounds. In the square, everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. For a long time, no one made a sound. She left just like that? What was going on? Seeing Jiang Jiwan being taken away, Bailey Jun was the first to react. He suddenly stood up and stared at Chu Luiyue. Chu Yu. What are you doing? His stern voice was filled with anger. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes and then smiled. Clan leader Bailey, didn't everyone see clearly what I was doing? I'm competing. What kind of competition is this? That reddish gold celestial phoenix, that crimson gold celestial phoenix is my contracted divine beast. There's nothing wrong with me summoning it to battle, right? Chu Luiyue's lips curved up, but her eyes were cold and clear. I've already promised not to use that divine artifact. Could it be that I'm not even allowed to summon magical beasts? Bailey Junes. Of course, there was no such logic in the world. Any cultivator who had a contract with a magical beast would always tacitly agree that the magical beast was one with them. There was nothing wrong with that. It was just that the contracted magical beast he had summoned was too shocking. Ancient divine beast, only a few of the people present had seen it before, let alone a contract. If you think I'm breaking the rules by summoning Dumpling, then, shouldn't you have said it in advance? Isn't it a bit late to mention it now? Chu Luiyue said slowly. Bailey Jun's face turned pale. Say it in advance. How would he have thought that this ordinary-looking youth would actually have such a trump card hidden up his sleeve? If he had known, he wouldn't have let Jiang Ji-won fight. But it was too late to say anything now. He looked up and saw that Jiang Ji-won had been taken further away. That reddish-gold celestial phoenix had no intention of coming back. Half an hour would pass soon. If Jiang Ji-won couldn't be treated in time, then ask that reddish-gold celestial phoenix to bring Yuan Xiaolu back immediately. If anything happens to her, I won't let you go. Chu Luiyue blinked. But, isn't the competition still ongoing? Bailey June was fuming. What competition? I'm ordering you to stop the competition immediately. Chu Luiyue's smile was polite but cold. Patriarch Bailey, you don't seem to have the right to say that right now. Bailey June had been the patriarch of Yuntian Tower for 100 years. He had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been refuted like this? And in front of so many people. Chu Luiyue's words ignited the fire in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time. How dare you! Before he finished his words, he raised his hand and a force flew out. The force turned into a sword and flew towards Chu Luiyue's chest. The sound of air breaking was ear-piercing. Everyone's expression changed. No one expected that Bailey June would suddenly make a move. Elder Bo Yen and Elder Wan Zheng made a move together. Chu Yu, be careful. However, there was one person who was faster than them. A golden stream of light streaked across the sky and instantly transformed into a huge net. It arrived first and surrounded the sword. Then, it quickly tightened. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. The sword shattered with a loud bang. The terrifying force spread in all directions, but it was quickly swallowed by the golden net and disappeared without a sound. Then, the golden net quickly condensed into a small butterfly. It paused on Chu Luiyue's shoulder for a while before quietly dissipating. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, Bailey June's force did not even touch Chu Luiyue's body. Everyone quieted down. Their eyes wandered back and forth between Rong Xiu and Bailey June. They all had different thoughts. The one who made a move was actually Rong Xiu. Although they had long known that these two people were not on good terms, they had always thought that Rong Xiu and Bailey June would not fall out with each other for the sake of the Yuntian Tower and other factors. However, they did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Rong Xiu's interference was akin to slapping Bailey June's face in front of everyone. There was no turning back now that he had made a scene in front of so many people. Rong Xiu had always been farsighted and strategizing. It was impossible that he did not know how far the situation would go once he made a move. However, he still did it. Moreover, he did it without hesitation. Even Elder Wan Zheng and the others were a step slower. The atmosphere was tense and the space was frozen. Bailey June's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Rong Xiu. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? He had only been in seclusion for a few years, but the moment he came out, the world had changed. Now, Rong Xiu was becoming more and more arrogant. He actually dared to fight him in public. Where was his face? What Bailey June did not know was that Rong Xiu did not care about his face at all. The reason why he made a move just now was very simple. Of course, I will protect my people, said Qin Wendian. His expression was open and magnanimous, and his voice was low and pleasant. He leaned against the back of the chair, his posture languid and calm. It was as if he did not care about what happened just now at all. The competition is still going on. Patriarch, if you act so rashly, won't others think that Yuntian Tower can't afford to lose? Before Bailey June could fly into a rage, Rong Xiu spoke first. A hint of a smile flashed across his lips as he reminded, everyone is still watching. You can afford to lose face, but don't drag Yuntian Tower down with you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1465. Bailey June had never been so embarrassed. However, Rong Xiu's attitude was firm and reasonable. He didn't know how to refute it. What shocked him even more was that Rong Xiu's strength seemed to be stronger than he expected. Indeed, he only used 50% of his strength in that attack, but the fact that Rong Xiu could block it so easily was already very telling. After calming down for a moment, he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the resentment and anger in his heart. He couldn't drag it on any longer. Jiang Jiwan's body couldn't hold on for that long. Thinking of this, Bailey June took a deep breath and looked at Chu Luyue. In that case, this old man will represent her to admit defeat. This way, the competition can finally end. Everyone looked at each other. Bailey Chun really treated that person called Xiao Lu well. Since you've said so, of course there's no problem. Chu Luyue smiled. Bailey June snorted and sat back on the chair. However, after waiting for a while, the crimson gold heavenly phoenix didn't return with Jiang Jiwan. His brows furrowed once more as he questioned, Chu Yu, why is your crimson gold heavenly phoenix still wandering around there? There wasn't much time left. Chu Luyue smiled. Oh, you're talking about that. Dumpling hasn't come out to play for a while. It's rare for her to come out, so she's wild. It might take a while for her to come back. Bailey June suddenly became anxious. A while? Then wouldn't it be meaningless for me to take the initiative to compromise? You ask it to come back immediately. Xiao Lu is injured and needs to be treated as soon as possible. Chu Luyue looked troubled. But Dumpling is lively and sometimes doesn't listen to me. You see, Bailey June was about to die of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Since it's your contracted magical beast, it should obey you. If you ask it to come back, would it dare to disobey? How dare it? Chu Luyue replied immediately. She blinked her eyes and smiled apologetically. Oh, you probably don't know, but Dumpling is an ancient divine beast, so its temper is a bit bigger. Sometimes, even I can't do anything about it. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. He didn't know, who would know such a thing? They didn't have any contracts with ancient divine beasts. This Chu Yu's mouth was really poisonous. Patriarch. Rong Xiu suddenly tilted his head and smiled faintly. When Xiao Lu swallowed the bewildering fragrance pill, he should have thought of this result. We have to be responsible for our own choices, don't we? Bailey June was speechless. He was anxious and regretful. However, he did not dare to reveal Jiang Jiwan's true identity. In that case, his face would be completely lost. In the future, Jiang Jiwan might not even be able to return to the Yuntian Tower. He could be biased and protective of her, but if it involved the interests of the Yuntian Tower, not to mention Rong Xiu, 36 respected Elder Ming and the others would not let it go. Therefore, he could only accept it. Time passed by bit. Seeing that half an incense was about to burn out, Bailey June finally couldn't help but speak again. Chu Yu. This old man will say it one last time, if anything happens to Xiao Lu, you will not be able to get away with it. This Chu Yu was clearly doing it on purpose. He stood up. This old man will go personally. If that crimson gold heavenly phoenix did not come back, he could go after it himself. However, just when Bailey June thought that Chu Luyue would continue to stall for time this time, she suddenly smiled brightly. Patriarch Bailey, why are you in such a hurry? Look, isn't that back? What? Bailey June was stunned and looked up following Chu Luyue's line of sight. Sure enough, he saw a streak of crimson gold streaking across the sky quickly. It was the crimson gold heavenly phoenix that had left for a while. Chu Luyue seemed to heave a sigh of relief as she waved at Tuanzi. Dumpling. You're finally back, didn't you see how anxious Patriarch Bailey was? Don't do this again in the future. Dumpling swung its claws and directly threw Jiang Jiwan's book to the ground. Then, it folded its wings and changed back to the size of a palm, squatting on Chu Luyue's shoulder. Chu Luyue patted its head. Good job. Dumpling obediently and proudly went forward, wanting to rub her face. But before he could even touch it, he could already feel a wave of coldness assaulting him. Its body stiffened and it obediently turned around. Then, it looked at Rong Xiao, who was not far away, with hidden bitterness. It was clearly its master, but it was not allowed to be intimate. Bah! How overbearing. Sooner or later, its master would help it take revenge. Chu Luiyue did not notice the surging undercurrent and looked at Jiang Jiwan, who was lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Jiwan was covered in blood and bruises, and her face was as pale as a ghost. If it were not for the last weak breath, everyone would have thought that she was dead. Bailey June moved and was about to go over. Chu Luiyue was a step ahead and walked to Jiang Jiwan's side. "Don't touch her." Bailey June was frightened and shouted sternly. Chu Luiyue looked up with some surprise and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. "I just want to help take a look at her injuries. Don't worry, I'm also a celestial physician. Moreover, even if she really wanted to do something, she wouldn't do it in front of so many people." This Bailey clan leader was truly too concerned that his mind was in a mess. Chu Luiyue lowered her eyes slightly and a deep thought flashed through her mind. If she remembered correctly, this Bailey family leader had never married in his life and had no children. Moreover, he was very strict and harsh. The only person he cared about so much seemed to be, thinking of this, Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. She raised her hand and reached out to his face. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1466. Bailey June's heart jumped to his throat when he saw this scene. Stop! Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Luiyue's fingertips had already touched the other party's cheek. Chu Luiyue immediately understood what was going on, and her lips slowly curled into a smile. It's true, the person lying on the ground was motionless. Chu Luiyue's hand had already touched the other party's chin. Then, she gently rubbed her fingertips. As if disturbed by her movements, the other party frowned and struggled to open her eyes. Jiang Jiwan had fainted and was unconscious. At some point, she suddenly felt that her face was a little itchy, and it made her very uncomfortable. The last bit of rationality she had left made her realize that the situation was not good. "Who's touching my face?" The moment she opened her eyes, the dazzling sunlight turned her vision white. After a few seconds, she finally saw the face of the person in front of her. "Ah!" Jiang Jiwan let out a shrill scream of horror. She almost reflexively raised her hand to push the other party away. However, at this time, many of her bones were broken, and her internal organs were squeezed into a ball. She was probably seriously injured. She did not even have the strength to raise her hand, let alone push the other party away. When she realized this, resentment and hatred surged in her heart. Chu Luiyue seemed to be startled by her scream. Her body leaned back slightly, but her hand was still on Jiang Jiwan's face. "Don't worry, the competition is over. I'll help you wipe the blood." "Wipe what?" You go away." Jiang Jiwan desperately wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, she was almost paralyzed at this time. Her movements only made her look like a powerless worm. "Didn't you hear what she said?" "You don't have to interfere." Bailey June hurried over. Chu Luiyue seemed to be at a loss. I really didn't want to do anything. Hey, what's this?" As she spoke, she flicked her wrist and a translucent mask as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in her hand. Jiang Jiwan felt a burning pain on her face. "It hurts." In order to make this mask more comfortable, she had specially used a little method to reinforce it. If she wanted to take it off, she had to be very careful. Chu Luiyue's fierce tearing almost tore off half of her face. How could she not be in pain? But very quickly, the deathly silent atmosphere made her suddenly realize what had happened. She subconsciously raised her head and looked around. Everyone was looking at her with different expressions and strange gazes. Her face. Only then did Jiang Jiwan come back to her senses. Her heart was suddenly filled with deep fear. His entire body was ice cold. Bailey June, who was already a few steps away, suddenly stopped, his lips trembling. It's over. Elder Bo Yen suddenly stood up, his face solemn. Jiang Jiwon? Why are you here? They couldn't be more familiar with this face. This question also made the remaining people, who were still uncertain, come to a realization. So this is Jiang Jiwon? Wasn't she expelled from Lingxiao College? Why is she here again today? I heard that she grew up with Bailey June and was very pampered. Her status in Yuntian Tower is very high. Didn't you see how Yuntian Tower still chose to take her in after she was expelled and embarrassed? I really don't know what's so good about her. From the competition just now, it seems like her talent is average. Also, she's narrow-minded and not presentable. In the past, Bailey June seemed to have planned for her to be engaged to Rong Xiu. However, Rong Xiu directly chose his own princess and didn't give her a chance at all. Now it seems like he already knew what Jiang Jiwon was like and never liked her, right? Pfft. If I were Jiang Jiwon, I would hide after being expelled from Lingxiao College. I didn't expect her to be so thick-skinned. She actually used Bailey June's pampering to change her appearance and come here? Does she really not know how embarrassing this is? After today, she probably won't have any reputation in the world of God anymore, right? All kinds of discussions were unbearable to the ears. Jiang Ziyuan's body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. She looked at Bailey June with red eyes. Now, only the clan leader could save her. I brought her here. Bailey Chun closed his eyes and enunciated each and every word clearly. At this point, there were some things that he had to face. Elder Bo Yen sneered. We have all seen that. Clan leader Bailey, you know what I'm asking. Jiang Jiwon had already been expelled from Lingxiao College. According to the rules, she was not allowed to take half a step into Lingxiao College's territory. Now, Bailey June actually brought her here? Who was this slap in the face? Bailey June was rarely questioned like this. At this time, he was also angry. Yuan is a member of Yuntian Tower. So what if I brought her here? At this point, he was even angrier. Speaking of which, Yuan's performance in the school has always been good. Now, just because she made a small mistake, you guys expelled her. Isn't it too much? Elder Bo Yen was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were like knives, sweeping across Jiang Jiwon. Jiang Jiwon lowered her head guiltily. A small mistake? Clan leader Bailey, it seems that there are some things that you don't know. Didn't Jiang Jiwon tell you why she was expelled? Bailey June frowned. He felt that something was wrong. This tone sounded, ah. At this time, a sharp pain suddenly came from Jiang Jiwon's body. She couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Bailey June quickly ran over and helped her up. Yuan, what happened to you? Jiang Jiwon kept vomiting blood and couldn't say a word. The blood was faintly black. Chu Luiyue glanced at her and kindly reminded her. It seems like half an hour has passed since she took the fragrance pill. Her Yuan meridian is starting to break. Digression, I didn't sleep well last night. I feel like I've been hollowed out. Continue at 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1467. How could this be? Bailey June was not a celestial physician, but he knew a lot about the intoxicating fragrance pill. This was because Jiang Jiwon had asked him for this pill. When she came to the Yuntian Tower, she was poor and had nothing on her. She didn't even have the basic necessities, let alone a high-grade and precious pill like the intoxicating fragrance pill. Fortunately, Bailey June came out of seclusion. As the head of the Yuntian Tower, it was easy for Bailey June to get this pill. Of course, he had asked around before and knew that the side effects of taking the intoxicating fragrance pill were very serious. It had to be treated within half an hour, otherwise it would cause serious damage to the cultivator's body. But he didn't expect it to be so terrible. Her yuan meridian was broken. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Jiang Jiwon wailed in pain. Her entire body, inside and out, felt as if something was nibbling on it. Her flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, her yuan meridian. The indescribable pain and numbness intertwined, almost making her want to die. Head. Save me. Please save me. Jiang Jiwon struggled to say something, and her syllables were unclear. She didn't even have the strength to finish a sentence. Seeing her like this, Bailey Chun felt terrible and hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry. Someone help." No one answered. The Spirit Firmament Academy would definitely not lend a hand. As for the other celestial physician present, they were not stupid. Everyone could see that Jiang Jiwon had been completely rejected by Lingxiao College. If they helped, wouldn't it be obvious that they were going against them? Anyone with half a brain would know that it was unnecessary to offend Lingxiao College for such a useless person. As for Bailey Jun's face, Rong Xiu was still here. Even he hadn't helped, how could anyone else? He shouted twice, but there was no response. Only then did Bailey Chun realize that something was wrong and looked around. With just a glance, he had already understood everyone's attitude, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Chu Luiyue was standing at the side. Seeing this, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. "Chief Bailey, some of her injuries were caused by me and Dumpling. Why don't I take a look?" Before he could finish his words, Bailey Jun glared at him fiercely. His aged eyes seemed to be burning with flames. "Isn't it enough that you've made her so miserable? What else do you want to do? I didn't expect you to be so ruthless at such a young age. Vicious and vicious." Elder Wanzheng rose to his feet and pointed a finger at him. "Bailey Jun. Watch your mouth." Who did this Bailey Jun think he was, scolding their people in Lingxiao College's territory? His strength was not weak, but they had so many people on their side that they were not to be trifled with either. Lingxiao College had been established in the world of God for thousands of years. How could they be bullied by a brainless and blind Bailey Jun? Rong Xiu lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Bailey Jun was warned loudly, and only then did he come back to his senses. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Jiang Jiwon struggled and groaned in pain. Her voice gradually weakened, and her face gradually turned from pale to dark. Chu Luiyue took a few steps back, crossed his arms, and watched coldly from the side. Actually, she did not really want to save Jiang Jiwon. It was just that they were in Fang State City now, and she was the only one who had fought with Jiang Jiwon twice. If she really died, Bailey Jun would definitely blame it all on her. Anyway, with the fragrance pill this time, even if Jiang Jiwon didn't die, she would be crippled. In the future, she would probably never be able to embark on the path of cultivation. How easy it would be to die and end all troubles. If she could live and experience how a genius turned into a good-for-nothing, that would be great. However, it seemed that Bailey Jun would rather let Jiang Jiwon die than accept her help. It would save her trouble. "It hurts. It's hot." Jiang Jiwon was in so much pain that her head was a little dizzy. Her vision gradually blurred, and she began to mumble something in a low voice. Chu Luiyue raised her head and threw away the human skin mask. Then, she tidied up the messy strands of hair on her forehead, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The side effects of taking the fragrance pill were very serious, and it indeed needed to be treated within half an incense stick's time. But in reality, under normal circumstances, the fragrance pill would not immediately cause such serious consequences. When Dumpling brought Jiang Jiwon out just now, she left a flame in her body. Although the flame was small, it was enough to directly ignite the power in Jiang Jiwon's body, and break her yuan meridian inch by inch. In just a moment, she could completely turn her into a good-for-nothing. Chu Luiyue had long guessed that she was Jiang Jiwon. Because the other party's hostility and targeting were too obvious. Even a person made of mud could not take the provocation time and time again. Moreover, Chu Luyue was a person who would never let herself be at a disadvantage. Jiang Jiwon would not let go of her, but she did not have so much time and energy to waste on Jiang Jiwon. Today, everything would be settled clearly in this round. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Jiang Jiwon felt her consciousness starting to blur. After a long time, she was even numb from the pain. She was like a drowning person, desperately struggling to find a life-saving straw. She originally thought that Bailey June could help her, but she waited, and the pain in her body did not lessen at all. A strong sense of despair surged from the depths of her heart and gradually swallowed her. Yuan. Hang in there, Grandpa will bring you back. Bailey June knew that it was useless to continue wasting time here, so he made a prompt decision to bring Jiang Jiwon out of here. He moved carefully, trying to help Jiang Jiwon up. But Jiang Jiwon's injuries were too serious. Many of her bones were broken, and she could not stand at all. The slightest movement would cause heart-wrenching pain. Bailey June could only put her down and comfort her in a low voice. Don't worry, Grandpa will call someone over. As he spoke, he took out another pill and fed it to Jiang Jiwon. Dragon Breath Pill. That's a pill that's even more precious than the bewitching fragrance pill. Bailey Chun is really willing to part with Jiang Ziyuan. So what if he's generous? Didn't you see the color on Jiang Jiwon's face? I reckon that her Yuan meridian is almost completely destroyed. This dragon chi pill can only help her keep her alive. In this situation, she's better off dead. Bailey June's energy and thoughts were all focused on Jiang Jiwon. How could he listen to the words around him? Chu Luyue shook her head inwardly, finding it somewhat laughable. Bailey June really thought that Jiang Jiwon's body was not damaged enough. Dragon breath pills could replenish the qi, refresh the mind, and nourish the body. But the prerequisite was that one had to have a healthy and intact body. Now that Jiang Jiwon's Yuan meridian was broken and she could not control the power in her body, wasn't he adding fuel to the fire? She shook her head, too lazy to continue watching, and turned to leave. At this moment, Jiang Jiwon's weak voice sounded from behind her. Shangguan. You, Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1468. Chu Liuyue's expression didn't change at all. He didn't stop and continued walking forward. It was as if he didn't hear her voice or didn't have any special reaction to the name. Bailey June looked at Jiang Jiwon. Yuan, what are you talking about? Shangguan Yu isn't here. Was her brain muddled? Jiang Jiwon forced her eyes open and stared at the back of the figure in front of her. Waves seemed to be surging in her heart. She didn't know why, but that woman's figure suddenly appeared in her mind just now. The suspicion that she had forgotten for a long time appeared again. She still felt that there was something wrong with Chu Yu. That was why she had shouted out of the blue, wanting to see the other party's reaction. However, Chu Yu didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Clan leader, no. A white light suddenly flashed in Jiang Jiwon's mind. Since Chu Yu had a close relationship with Rong Xiu, there was no reason that he didn't know about Shangguan Yu. Why didn't he react after hearing the name? This proved that there was something wrong with him. Chu Yu is, she clutched Bailey June's sleeve tightly and spoke with difficulty. At that moment, the young man who had walked a distance suddenly turned around. Clan leader Bailey, although you don't believe me now, there are some things that I still have to say in advance. After the Yuan meridian is broken, we need to draw out the wild energy in the cultivator's body as soon as possible. If we force it to stay, it will only cause more damage. Jiang Jiwon's heart seemed to be blocked by something. She stared at the young man. He looked down at her condescendingly. His cold and indifferent eyes were filled with pity and sympathy. However, Miss Jiang is of noble birth. Even if you can't cultivate, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. This sentence completely shattered the last line of defense in Jiang Jiwon's heart. Ah, she let out a wild, hysterical scream. Many people frowned slightly. What was she doing? She clearly didn't have the ability, but she was going crazy in the end. They didn't come here to watch this. Patriarch Bailey, I think you should hurry up and take her away. If this continues, I'm afraid that Jiang Ji-won won't be able to hold on for much longer. Someone said casually. His words were filled with undisguised impatience. Bailey Jun's expression changed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Because he knew that everyone else present was thinking the same thing. He took a deep breath. Just then, something grabbed his sleeve. He looked down and saw tears of blood falling from Jiang Ji-won's eyes. Please help me, she didn't want to become a cripple. In the past, she was a blessed girl. She was the best, she was the most outstanding. She should have gotten everything she wanted, and not be like this, panicking like a stray dog. He was utterly defeated. She thought that she would have a chance to make a comeback today, but who knew that after a few rounds, she would be completely trampled under the feet of those people. If he had suppressed her to this extent, she might not have felt so bad. The most devastating thing was that she once thought that she had a chance to make a comeback, but in the end, she was ruthlessly sent to hell. Bailey Jun was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he made a mental note of Chu Luyue. Don't say anything first, Grandpa will help you, Grandpa won't let you suffer. As Bailey Jun said, he wanted to pull Jiang Ji-won up while she recovered some strength. The ground was already covered with messy bloodstains, and it was unbearable to look at. Chu Luyue looked on indifferently from the side. As if sensing her gaze, Jiang Ziyuan suddenly raised her head and looked over. There were still clear traces of tears on her face, but her scarlet eyes were cold and crazy. Chu Luyue's eyebrows moved slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong with her. Yuan, Bailey Jun was about to take her down when he suddenly found that she was staring at Chu Yu, and couldn't help but feel strange. What are you looking at? Perhaps it was because she had taken the dragon energy pill, but at this moment, Jiang Ji-won felt that her body had suddenly recovered a lot. She spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly laughed. Clan leader, you still don't know. This Chu Yu is Shangguan Yu. Chu Liyue's pupils contracted slightly. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. Shangguan Yu? Who's that? This name sounds a little familiar. TSK, isn't this the name of the princess that Rong Xiu chose a while ago? It's her. That's not right, is Jiang Ji-won confused? She actually said that Chu Yu is Shangguan Yu? After a short period of dead silence, the surrounding people couldn't help but whisper softly. Bailey Jun held Jiang Ji-won's hand tightly with a shocked expression. Yuan, what did you say? Jiang Ji-won smiled miserably. Her expression was crazed, and she carried a ruthless aura with her as if she wanted to drag everyone down with her. Actually, she wasn't sure, but she always had this question in her heart. Originally, she wanted to find an opportunity to go to the sacrificial god temple while she was at the Yuntian Tower. However, after a series of events, she didn't even see Shangguan Yu's face, let alone other things. At first, she didn't think about it. However, when she recalled everything that had happened, she felt that it was inexplicably familiar. In addition, she knew that her Yuan meridian was broken and she was already a cripple, so she had no scruples. Since she was already in this state, she might as well take a gamble. No one would have an easy time. Chu Yu. Do you dare to verify her identity in front of everyone? Countless pairs of eyes fell on Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. You're confused. With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, Jiang Ji-won didn't let her go. She used all her strength and screamed, "You're scared. You're guilty, aren't you?" Chu Luyue didn't stop walking. I don't need to pay attention to a ridiculous guess without any evidence. However, just as he finished speaking, a low and deep voice suddenly sounded out. Who says there's no evidence? Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat, and she looked up. In the air, a figure was rapidly approaching. It was Jiang Hetian. Why is he here? Everyone looked at Jiang Hetian with a strange expression. He came at the perfect time. However, Jiang Hetian turned a blind eye to their gazes. He quickly arrived at the square with one hand behind his back. He looked at Chu Luiyue and sneered, "Shangguanyu, are you still going to pretend?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1469. Chu Luiyue looked at him and suddenly smiled faintly. Patriarch Jiang, what are you talking about? Jiang Hetian saw that she didn't admit it, but he wasn't in a hurry. He looked around and cupped his hands at the crowd. Most of the people sitting here were of higher status than him. Everyone, do you know that the real Chu Yu standing in front of you now is the current princess consort of Yuntian Tower, Shanghai Yu? The crowd was in an uproar. Guessing was one thing, but hearing it with their own ears was another. It would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked and doubtful. After all, they were somewhat curious about the legendary princess consort from outside the Divine Ruins world who had suddenly appeared and succeeded in becoming the princess consort. Now, Jiang Hetian said that Chu Yu, who had caused a lot of trouble and stirred up the entire Divine Ruins world, was Shanghai Yu. How could they not be surprised? Jiang Hetian looked at Chu Luiyue with a mocking gaze. Shanghai Yu, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to use such a fake identity to toy with everyone? Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. With just a few simple words, she stood on the opposite side of everyone present. The people here today were all reputable figures in the Divine Ruins world. If they knew that they had been deceived and played in circles, how could they not be angry? No matter what the reason was, they wouldn't let her off easily. Chu Luiyue's expression was still calm, but her mind was already working quickly. Jiang Hetian must have come prepared if he dared to suddenly appear like this. What did he know? What evidence did he have? If he wasn't completely confident, he wouldn't have fallen out with him so directly. Since Patriarch Jiang said that you have evidence, why don't you show it to everyone first? Chu Luiyue smiled and raised her eyebrows. Jiang Hetian sneered. Let's see how long you can laugh. Dad, when Jiang Jiwan saw Jiang Hetian appear, it was as if she had seen her last savior. She hurriedly shouted and rushed over. However, her voice was weak, her face was dark, and her body was covered in blood. She was in a sorry state. Jiang Hetian's gaze shifted. Seeing her like this, his heart trembled violently. He immediately went over to support Jiang Jiwan, feeling both heartache and resentment. Ziyuan, don't worry. Daddy will definitely not let others bully you like this again. He was going to take revenge. He wanted to make Shangguanyu pay 1,000 times the price. He had already received the news that Jiang Jiwan was coming with Bailey Jun. Although he was a little uneasy at that time, he thought that Bailey Jun had always taken good care of Jiang Jiwan and would definitely not let her suffer. Who knew, there was no time to pursue the matter now. He could only put it aside for the time being and deal with it later. Jiang Hetian suppressed all kinds of emotions in his heart and gently patted Jiang Jiwan on the shoulder. Ziyuan, you go over to the side and rest first. Leave the rest to father. Seeing Jiang Hetian's confident look, Jiang Jiwan felt a little relieved. She nodded and left with Bailey Jun's help. In the middle of the square, only Chu Luiyue and Jiang Hetian were left facing each other. Shangguanyu, don't you want evidence? I'll give you the evidence. Jiang Hetian said and suddenly looked at Shi Rui. I heard that the second miss of the meteor sect had just contracted a legendary three-eyed eagle some time ago. Shi Rui immediately became vigilant. So what? It's a gift from my father. Jiang Hetian smiled. Second miss, don't misunderstand. I just want to borrow your legendary three-eyed eagle for a while. I'll return it to you in a moment. Shi Rui frowned. Why did he suddenly want to borrow her legendary three-eyed eagle for? She had a bad feeling and immediately refused. That's my contracted magical beast. How can I lend it to you just like that? Jiang Hetian was not surprised by her reaction and continued. Second Miss, I know that Shangguan Yu, oh no, I should say Chu Yu, once saved you in the northern territory of the untainted land. It's normal for you to side with him. But now, this is a serious matter. Second Miss is dignified and upright. You can see the big picture. You won't be so stingy, right? Sure Roy frowned even more. Using these people outside to pressure her? Her face became colder. What if I don't agree? Jiang Hetian suddenly chuckled. Second Miss, if you really treat him as a friend, you should agree. Wouldn't it be better if you can use this to clarify things? Sure Roy was a little uncertain. She turned her eyes and looked at Chu Luyue. In fact, she was still in shock. If Chu Yu was really Shangguan Yu, then, Chu Luyue noticed her gaze and looked over. Their eyes met. Chu Luyue's lips curved up slightly as she smiled and nodded. Senior Sister Roy, since he said so, then. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. When Jiang Hetian mentioned the legendary three-eyed eagle, she had already vaguely guessed what he was going to do. She had to admit that Jiang Hetian's move was indeed unexpected. If she did not accept it, people would inevitably be suspicious. Therefore, she had to pass this test. Sure Roy was a little nervous, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded. Whoosh, with a clear and powerful cry, a strong and vigorous figure suddenly appeared above Sure Roy's head. It was Sure Roy's contracted mythological beast, the legendary three-eyed eagle. It was black all over, and when it spread its wings, it could almost cover the sky. Its sharp beak was frightening, as if it could easily take a person's life. Its cold and indifferent eyes were like knives quenched in ice, terrifyingly sharp. It flapped its wings and flew quickly between Chu Luyue and Jiang Hetian. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone wanted to see what Jiang Hetian's so-called evidence was. Jiang Hetian waved at the legendary three-eyed eagle. Please, the legendary three-eyed eagle hesitated for a moment, then flew over. The man and the beast were only 3 steps away from each other. Jiang Hetian had a polite smile on his face. Thank you. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his hand. Chi. There was a rapid and brief sound of something breaking through the air. The next moment, there was the hair-raising sound of a sharp weapon cutting into flesh. A silver flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing flew straight into the chest of the legendary three-eyed eagle in front of him. Screech. The legendary three-eyed eagle let out a sharp cry of pain. In fact, it had keenly sensed the danger, but the distance between them was so close that it could not dodge at all. It subconsciously flapped its wings. A terrifying force swept out. Jiang Hetian's chest tightened, and his body flew backward. This sudden scene gave everyone a huge shock. Sure Roy suddenly stood up, her voice stern. Jiang Hetian. You're crazy. He said that he wanted to invite her legendary three-eyed eagle over, so it was for an assassination. However, in the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. The dagger suddenly transformed into countless steel bars as thick as a pinky finger, quickly binding the legendary three-eyed eagle. The steel bars were densely packed with sharp barbs. It was as if the legendary three-eyed eagle would be completely cut into minced meat in the next moment. Jiang Hetian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled sinisterly and smugly, and looked at Chu Luyue. Seeing its own clansman being tortured like this, could it be that your godly three-eyed eagle can still endure it? Digression. Make up for the previous update. That's all for today, mobile users. Please browse and read for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1470. The legendary three-eyed eagle clan had always lived in groups and had close ties with each other. Once they encountered any danger, they would share life and death with each other. They would never stand by and do nothing when one of their own clan was in trouble. Moreover, Zichen was once the eagle lord of the legendary three-eyed eagle clan. Chu Liyue's pupils shrank. She did not expect Jiang Hetian to use such a despicable method. Sure Roy's expression changed drastically. She was about to rush over. However, Jiang Hetian suddenly shouted. Second miss, please wait. If you continue to come forward, I can't guarantee that you, the legendary three-eyed eagle, will still be able to survive. You, Shi Rui's chest heaved up and down violently. Her pretty face was pale with anger. This Jiang Hetian was crazy. Did he know what he was doing? Of course, Jiang Hetian knew that he would offend the meteor sect. However, he did not care about that anymore. This was the only way to deal with Sheng Guanyu. Therefore, he would not hesitate even if he had to bear the terrible consequences. When he saw Jiang Jiwan's identity exposed and her Yuan meridian ruptured, he knew that his years of preparation were in vain. Now, he had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. What was there to be afraid of? Sheng Guanyu. Jiang Hetian smiled coldly. If you have the ability, just watch. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel bars that bound the legendary three-eyed eagle tightened again. The sharp barbs hooked onto the eagle's body. With a slight movement, a large piece of flesh would be torn off. Don't go. Zi Chen's deep and cold voice came from the bottom of her heart. Chu Luiyue could tell that Zi Chen was suppressing something in his words. After all, they were of the same race that was connected to it by blood. They were its descendants. How could he not feel heartache? However, he still chose Chu Luiyue at this moment. However, this did not make Chu Luiyue feel any better. On the contrary, it only made her heart heavier. Every word was like a heavy burden that pressed down on her shoulders, making it difficult for her to breathe. On the opposite side, streaks of blood had already appeared on the legendary three-eyed hawk's body. Sticky, sweet, and fishy blood kept dripping down, creating red plum blossoms on the black and white jade floor. Mournful and cold. The scene seemed to freeze. Everyone quieted down as they watched the scene in silence. Although Jiang Hetian's methods were despicable, it was undeniable that they wanted to know the final answer. The situation fell into a deadlock. Zi Chen. Chu Luiyue gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. That's your fellow clansman. I can't just stand by and watch him die. But Zi Chen was still hesitant. It's the same if the crimson gold celestial phoenix appears. Although Dumpling had just broken through not too long ago, her strength was not inferior to it. Chu Luiyue chuckled. Zi Chen, I know you're the only one who can save it now. No matter how fast Dumpling was, she couldn't be faster than Jiang Hetian. At a time like this, only Zi Chen, who was also a three-eyed hawk, could save the legendary three-eyed hawk. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Hetian dared to be so confident. I can't let you fall into an unjust situation. Chu Luiyue whispered in her heart. Although Zi Chen had been imprisoned for 1,000 years and had no contact with the legendary three-eyed hawks except for the last time in the northern wilderness, he was still the Hawk Lord. He shouldered the responsibility of protecting the entire clan. If today's matter were to spread, Zi Chen would probably never be able to return to his clan. That was not something she wanted to see. Since you've contracted with me, I'll naturally protect you. Chu Luiyue's voice was soft but heavy. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't speak for a long time. Chu Luiyue urged. I'll distract Jiang Hetian later. Seize the opportunity and save it. This time, Zi Chen finally had an answer. Okay. The steel bars cut into the hawk's flesh. The legendary three-eyed hawk fell to the ground, struggling desperately. However, this only caused the steel bars to tighten even more. Gradually, the hawk's screams became softer, and its body stopped moving. Only the bloodstains on the ground were getting thicker and thicker, which was a ghastly sight. In the almost suffocating stagnation, a clear and indifferent voice finally sounded. Patriarch Jiang. You've been preparing for today for a long time, haven't you? Jiang Hetian looked at Chu Luiyue with gloomy eyes, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes as he was about to get his revenge. Of course not. How can I compare with your ability to deceive people? He said sarcastically. Chu Luiyue didn't mind. He smiled and suddenly said, Patriarch Jiang, I've always been kind to people. Patriarch Jiang, I've always been a kind person. I don't think I've ever offended you, nor have I ever taken the initiative to provoke eldest Miss Jiang. I don't know why you're chasing me so closely. Jiang Hetian sneered. You know it in your heart. Why? Of course, it was because she had snatched the position of princess that originally belonged to Jiang Jiwan. Wasn't that enough? Everything had been well planned. Who knew that such a person would come out of nowhere and mess up all their years of planning? How could he not hate her? Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step forward. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be important now. Jiang Hetian suddenly became alert. What else do you want? He inexplicably felt that Chu Luiyue was a threat, which made him faintly uneasy. Chu Luiyue curled his lips into a smile. I don't want to do anything. I just feel that there's something I need to tell you in advance. What is it? Just stand there and say it. Jiang Hetian shouted sternly. His eyes swept over Dumpling, who was on Chu Luiyue's shoulder, with some fear. The person in front of him was nothing to be afraid of, but that crimson gold celestial phoenix was really difficult to deal with. Chu Luiyue's footsteps paused, his expression leisurely. It was impossible to tell that he was the one being suppressed. I want to say. I hate being threatened the most in my life. She said slowly, with a slight drawl at the end, with a bit of bone-chilling coldness. Especially, with everything I care about as the stake. Every word was bone-chilling. Murderous intent. Jiang Hetian met that pair of dark eyes, and his heart suddenly trembled. Swoosh. Sword light flashed in Chu Luiyue's palm. The crimson cloud sword was already clenched in his hand. Whoosh! At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared above her head. Its entire body was jet black, and its aura was astonishing. With a gentle flap of its wings, it set off strong winds and huge waves. That pair of eyes were disdainful and noble, and it actually made people unconsciously want to submit to it. It was the legendary three-eyed eagle. This was the first time Chu Luiyue summoned his second contracted divine beast in front of these people. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The legendary three-eyed eagle. It's really the legendary three-eyed eagle. Is Chuyu really Shang Wanyu? It's definitely her. There has long been a rumor in the Divine Ruins world that the princess of the Yuntian Tower, Shang Wanyu, has two contracted divine beasts. One is the red-tailed phoenix, the other is the legendary three-eyed eagle. There's only one person in the world. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1471. This was admitting his identity in front of everyone. Jiang Hetian became excited when he saw this scene. He admitted it. He really admitted it. Sheng Wanyu. Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Before Jiang Hetian could finish his sentence, Zichen suddenly opened his third eye. That eye was purple gold in color. It was dazzling, noble, and domineering. He looked at the legendary three-eyed eagle that was tightly bound by the steel bars. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended. The bloodstains on the legendary three-eyed eagle's body suddenly burned crazily. The purple gold flames instantly engulfed it. The steel bars broke inch by inch. As for the wounds on the legendary three-eyed eagle's body, they rapidly healed under the burning flames. Its weak aura also began to recover rapidly. That's the Eagle Master. The Meteor sect leader, Shifeng, was shocked. He stood up abruptly. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief and rubbed his eyes hard. To be able to heal its own kind with its own strength and aura. Other than the legendary Eagle Master, who else could it be? He had only read about such rumors in some ancient books, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Back then, when he accidentally caught the legendary three-eyed eagle that was alone, he was overjoyed for a long time. Hence, he specially studied it for a period of time. The noble bloodline power in the Eagle Master was the foundation of the legendary three-eyed eagle tribe. With just a command, thousands of legendary three-eyed eagles would pledge their lives to follow it. For thousands of years, even the ordinary legendary three-eyed eagles were rarely seen in the world of divine ruins, let alone the Eagle Master, a powerful existence that only existed in legends. Wah! What? Hearing Shi Feng's words, everyone present was shocked. This Chu Yu? No. It's Shangguan Yu. It wasn't enough for her to contract with a legendary three-eyed eagle, but she also had an Eagle Master. That was an existence that was on par with them. Now, it had become the contracted divine beast of Shangguan Yu. What's the origin of this Shangguan Yu? Not only does she have a crimson gold heavenly phoenix, but she also has an Eagle Master of the legendary three-eyed eagle. In the dead silence, someone muttered absent-mindedly. Ordinary people had never even seen a top-notch mythical beast, yet she easily possessed two of them. How is this possible? Some people regained their senses, but they still couldn't believe it. The crimson gold heavenly phoenix is an ancient divine beast, while the three-eyed eagle lord also has a noble status. In terms of preciousness, it's almost impossible to determine which one is better. Logically speaking, these two mythological beasts are extremely arrogant. It would be difficult for them to even form a contract with a human, let alone to serve the same master. Preposterous. Ridiculous. No one would believe it even if he told others about it. But now, everything was happening right in front of their eyes, and they couldn't help but question it. Shi Royer also covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes full of shock. No wonder, no wonder. At that time in the north of the great desolate land, those three-eyed eagles had besieged her. Later, when Chu Yu appeared, the matter was smoothly resolved. Almost everyone thought that after Chu Yu entered the barrier of the legendary three-eyed eagle, everything pointed to disaster. But in the end, Chu Yu still came out unscathed. At that time, all she thought about was the legendary three-eyed eagle that she had lost and regained. She didn't think about what was going on. Now that she thought about it, who else could make so many legendary three-eyed eagles compromise other than the Eagle Lord? This kid actually formed a contract with the Eagle Lord. The corner of Elder Hua Feng's eyes twitched violently. At that time, he thought that Chu Yu had relied on the crimson gold heavenly phoenix to solve the problem, but now it seemed that he was completely wrong. With a few trump cards in hand, wouldn't he be able to use whatever he wanted? To think that he was so nervous and worried at that time. It's the girl. Elder Bo Yen took a deep breath and slowly reminded. Elder Hua Feng choked. I know. Since she was willing to summon the legendary three-eyed eagle, it had already proven her identity. Elder Hua Feng was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Elder Wanzheng, who was in a daze. He didn't seem to have realized what had happened. His face was expressionless and a little stiff. Elder Hua Feng coughed and prodded him with his elbow. Hey, Wanzheng, are you alright? Suddenly knowing that his disciple had turned from a boy to a girl, this feeling, Shangguan Yu? Elder Wanzheng murmured softly. She's Shangguan Yu? Elder Hua Feng looked at him worriedly. Could it be that he was confused? Don't worry, whether it's a boy or a girl, they're all equally outstanding. No, it's actually better than before. Wanzheng, you've made a fortune this time. Putting everything else aside, just these two divine beasts alone were enough to kill everyone in an instant. If they could take such a cultivator as their disciple, anyone would be so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days, right? If the disciple was outstanding, the master would also benefit from it, right? But Elder Wanzheng wasn't thinking about that at this moment. He turned his neck and looked at Rongxiu. Ever since Jiang Hetian appeared and pointed out that Chu Yu was Shangguan Yu, he hadn't done anything. He just sat there as if it had nothing to do with him. Why was he so calm? Elder Wanzheng swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask Rongxiu, is my disciple really your new princess consort? The people of Lingxiao College immediately looked over in unison. I almost forgot. Since this matter had something to do with Rongxiu, he naturally knew about it long ago. Slap. Elder Huafeng slapped himself on the head and gritted his teeth. I see. I see. Why else would Rong Xiu care so much about Chuyu? It turned out that Chuyu was his new princess consort. When Rong Xiu heard this, he turned his head and smiled. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. His voice was low and there was a rare trace of gentleness and affection in it. The few elders suddenly felt as if they had been stabbed by a knife. As for Luo Shishir and the others who were standing behind him, they were so shocked that they were speechless. When she heard Rong Xiu's words, Luo Shishir suddenly came back to her senses. She looked at Mu Hongyu in a daze and saw that she was staring at the field nervously. She clenched her fists tightly and wished that she could rush forward to help. Mu Hongyu, already knew? Shishir, Luo Yenming looked at her worriedly. Tears welled up in Luo Shishir's eyes. She smiled and shook her head. Suddenly, she felt as if a rock had been lifted from her heart. This was good. You are quite capable. Jiang Hetian was also shocked by the incident with the Eagle Master. He only knew that Shang Guanyu had contracted a three-eyed eagle, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. However, it didn't matter. After all, as long as he exposed Shang Guanyu's identity, everything else would be easy. Shang Guanyu, what is your motive for deceiving your superiors and concealing your identity? Jiang Hetian questioned in a deep voice. You can even disguise your identity. Who knows if you are doing something shameful? Chu Luiyue smiled. I only do things that are shameful. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist and tiptoed, heading straight for Jiang Hetian. Today, she was going to let them all clearly understand that she was not to be trifled with. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1472. Chu Liuyue's sudden action shocked everyone. Weren't they talking about her identity? Why did they suddenly want to fight? Moreover, she was no match for Jiang Hetian. Before everyone could figure it out, Chu Liuyue had already arrived in front of Jiang Hetian in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hetian didn't expect Chu Liuyue to attack as soon as she said so. Swoosh! Dumpling's figure rapidly grew. Reddish-gold flames spewed out and instantly surrounded Jiang Hetian. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and Jiang Hetian immediately fell into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames continued to roast him, causing Jiang Hetian to tremble in fear. He might not be a match for this ancient divine beast. Shang Guanyu. Are you crazy? Jiang Hetian frantically retreated as he questioned her sternly. There were still so many people around watching. She actually dared to attack in front of so many people. Chu Liuyue was too lazy to speak and slashed down with her sword. When she was a stage 8 martial artist, she could only use her full strength once. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate stage of stage 9, she could basically use her sword 3 times in a row. Her strength was not as good as Jiang Hetian's, but with Dumpling and Zichen around, she might be able to fight. At this time, Zichen flapped his wings and flew behind Jiang Hetian in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hetian had nowhere to retreat. In front of him was the reddish-gold heavenly phoenix, behind him was the Eagle Lord, and there was also a Shang Guanyu whose strength had greatly increased. With a wave of his sleeve, he set up a barrier around his body. At this time, Shi Rui, Er's three-eyed eagle had completely broken free from its restraints and flew back. Shi Rui, carefully and nervously checked it and found that most of the wounds on its body had already scabbed over. And it seemed that its aura was normal and had basically recovered. She looked at the battlefield with mixed feelings. Eagle Lord, Shang Guanyu. Father. Jiang Jiwan exclaimed worriedly. Bailey Jun hurriedly pressed her shoulder. Yuan, don't worry. That Chu, Shang Guanyu is no match for your father. Let's just watch. As he spoke, he also looked ahead with a frown. So this is the consort chosen by the Holy Sun. Heh. How ridiculous. She disguised her identity to sneak into Lingxiao College and even caused so much trouble. Was this what Rong Xiu? Today, in front of these big shots of the divine ruins world, Yun Tianke had lost all face. No wonder those people repeatedly when he wanted to go to the divine sacrificial temple, they were not even be estes. He is suppressing the anger in his heart. Teet twos, two. Hout ts he, teet s's outs ofs. Shang Guanyu's consort must be removed from her's position. Jiang Jiwan knew that her father was telling the truth, but for some reason, she still felt uneasy. Shang Guanyu. She's really full of tricks. She had suffered a crushing defeat in the past few confrontations, so she couldn't help but be wary of Shang Guanyu. Who knew what other trump cards she had? Moreover, no matter what the outcome was, her Yuan meridian was already broken. From now on, she was completely ruined. Jiang Jiwan's eyes were filled with deep despair and resentment when she thought of this. If father could get rid of Shang Guanyu while he was at it, that would be for the best. A thought flashed across her mind, and she instinctively turned around to look at Rongxiu. That man was sitting in his seat, his handsome and seductive face was calm. It seemed like, he didn't seem to care about what was happening in front of him. He's not going to make a move. Jiang Jiwan bit her lips as joy surged in her heart. Of course, Rongxiu wouldn't make a move. Shang Guanyu was the one who was in the wrong. Is he going to offend everyone here for a woman like her? The crowd was actually very curious about Rongxiu's attitude. Shang Guanyu was his consort after all. Shang Guanyu was the one who chose her. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would know that Shang Guanyu liked her. But now, the situation was a little complicated. If Rongxiu acted rashly, some people would be unhappy. Many people secretly exchanged glances. It seems like Rongxiu will still prioritize his and Yuntian Tower's interests after weighing the pros and cons. As for Shang Guanyu? Shang Guanyu's consort might be important, but she was still dependent on Rongxiu and Yuntian Tower. How could Rongxiu give up Yuntian Tower for Shang Guanyu? Shang Guanyu's consort might have. The elders of Lingxiao College were also filled with doubts. Rongxiu has always treated Shang Guanyu well, and it was obvious that he was deeply in love with her. Why is he standing by and watching? Elder Wanzheng couldn't help but stand up and wanted to help. Shang Guanyu is my disciple after all. How could I let others bully her? But before he could take a step forward, Rongxiu looked over. Shang Guanyu's thin lips curled into a smile. Elder Wanzheng, please wait for a moment. Elder Wanzheng frowned. Wait? Shang Guanyu is running out of time. Shang Guanyu may have two mythical beasts to help her, but Jiang Hetian is much more powerful than her. Elder Wanzheng didn't dare to take the risk. Rongxiu's smile deepened. Shang Guanyu is still angry. You have to let her vent her anger. Elder Wanzheng was stunned. Rongxiu didn't do anything just to, let's let that girl vent her anger. Is he so sure Shang Guanyu will win? Isn't he a little too confident? Elder Wanzheng muttered to himself. He glanced at Rongxiu and hesitated. Finally, he sat back down. After a pause, he said in a muffled voice, anyway, if my disciple gets hurt, you have to take responsibility. Rongxiu nodded. Shang Guanyu's expression was dignified, but also arrogant. Of course. Chu Liuyue's heart was indeed filled with anger. Ever since she went to the Yuntian Tower, she had inexplicably provoked Jiang Hetian and his daughter. Shang Guanyu's Bailey Jun was also involved. Shang Guanyu didn't think she had done anything wrong to them. Shang Guanyu even let them off because the Immortal Water Mausoleum was Yuntian Tower's #1 unit. Shang Guanyu's parents didn't give up. Shang Guanyu's face was already exposed. Shang Guanyu didn't have to give them face anymore. Shang Guanyu had to get back at them no matter what. Crack. Shang Guanyu's sword fell, and the barrier around Jiang Hetian shattered. Shang Guanyu's sword pointed at Jiang Hetian. Splatter. Shang Guanyu's sharp sword qi reached Jiang Hetian, and a bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows. Digression, Shang Guanyu, Shangguan Yu, 6 p.m. Chapter 1473. This sword was so terrifying. A trace of shock flashed through Jiang Hetian's heart. He came late and did not see how Chu Luiyue defeated Jiang Jiwan with a single strike. Thus, at this point, he didn't know that Chu Luiyue was holding a real supremacy divine weapon. Jiang Hetian was shocked and angry when he sensed a few drops of blood rolling down his forehead. However, he was in a dilemma. No matter what choice he made, it would be a tough battle. Crash. He made up his mind and spread his feet apart, his expression solemn. Vigorous force erupted from his body. The pressure was astonishing. A chill spread out from his body and quickly spread to the surroundings. A thick layer of ice condensed on the ground under his feet at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thin layer of silver ice armor also appeared on his hands. Sharp. Sharp. Under the sunlight, it reflected rays of cold light. Chu Luiyue acutely sensed that the surrounding space was affected by this power and began to become viscous. That was Jiang Hetian's god realm. The speed of the force in her body began to slow down. Every inch forward became more difficult than before. It was as if there were countless hands desperately trying to intercept Scarlet Heaven's sword. The sword, which should have been a clean cut, became sluggish and slow. Wave after wave of pressure came crashing down on her, crushing every inch of her body. Chu Luiyue could almost hear the creaking of her bones as they were crushed. Intense pain swept through her entire body. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth as a sweet, fishy taste welled up in her mouth. Jiang Hetian had been a venerable god powerhouse for decades. Although he was still a distance away from breaking through to the next level, he was still much more powerful than the average venerable god powerhouse. Chu Luiyue might be able to put up a fight against a demigod powerhouse, but against such an experienced and powerful venerable god powerhouse, it was a little difficult. God realm. That was the biggest gap between her and her opponent. At this moment, Jiang Hetian suddenly moved. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, and only the sound of ice shattering could be heard. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind Chu Luiyue. The distance between the two of them was merely 3 steps. His gaze was vicious as he raised his hand and punched forward. Icebreak claw. The moment he raised his hand, the surrounding heaven and earth energy seemed to have received some kind of strong summon and rapidly gathered. The wind howled. A cold wind blew. Chu Luiyue felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the string in her mind immediately tightened. Jiang Hetian's movements were extremely fast. When Chu Luiyue turned around to counterattack, it was already too late. This claw, she had to endure it. Shangguan Yu is still too young. Even if she is at the middle stage of the 9th level, how can she be a match for a high god? Yes. As long as Jiang Hetian displayed his god domain, he could easily control and crush him. And that icebreak claw is the trump card of the Tomb of Immortal Water. Just this move alone. I'm afraid Shangguan Yu will be defeated. Although those 2 divine beasts are powerful, this is a duel between 2 cultivators. There's a limit to what they can do, the crowd discussed in low voices. Clearly, they were not optimistic about Chu Luiyue's current situation. Elder Wanzheng and the others could not help but want to attack. However, when they saw the calm Rong Xiu beside them, they suppressed their uneasiness and continued to wait. The sharp ice armor was aimed at Chu Luiyue's back. It was about to pierce through her chest. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed around Chu Luiyue's body. Pure gold armor. In the blink of an eye, the golden soft armor covered her body perfectly. Clang. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The moment the ice armor touched the layer of armor, Chu Luiyue moved her legs slightly and quickly twisted her slender waist. Whoosh, Chu Luiyue deflected most of the force from the ice armor. It only left a shallow white mark on the armor before it quickly moved away. Chu Luiyue used this force to leap forward and roll on the ground. She quickly escaped from Jiang Hetian. Then, with one hand on the ground, she flipped her hand and threw out a sword. A heavenly water rainbow light. It flew through the air. Jiang Hetian was still shocked that Chu Luiyue had such a tough armor. In the next moment, he saw a blur and Scarlet Heaven's sword was flying toward him again. He snorted coldly and did not think much of it. This sword was powerful, but it was a pity that its owner was only a stage 9 martial artist now. The space around him was his god realm. Everything here was under his control. Why would he be afraid? Crack. The sound of something shattering was suddenly heard. Jiang Hetian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. What he saw almost scared him out of his wits. A cluster of reddish gold flames was burning at the edge of the god territory that he set up. It actually burned a black crack. Reddish gold heavenly phoenix. Jiang Hetian suddenly thought of something in his mind. As an ancient divine beast, the reddish gold heavenly phoenix was also able to execute a god territory. That reddish gold flame was its god territory. At this time, the two god territories were clashing. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage. How could he forget this point? He had to end the battle quickly. Jiang Hetian made a prompt decision and stomped fiercely on the ground. Rumble. The loud noise was deafening. The thick layer of ice that condensed on the ground cracked rapidly. Streaks of white cold air mixed with fine and sharp ice cubes headed straight for Chu Luiyue. Before long, that cold air already completely surrounded Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's entire body tensed up. She flipped over and got up. With a thought, a shabby and ancient black shield appeared in front of her. Clang! The shield stood tall. It blocked Chu Luiyue's figure completely. When Jiang Hetian saw that black shield, he didn't take it to heart. The corners of his mouth even revealed a sneer full of mockery. At this time, it was too naive to think that a shabby shield could block his attack. However, before the smile on his face could fully spread, another heart-stopping shattering sound came. He hurriedly looked in another direction. Sure enough, on the other side of the god territory, a purple gold light had already transformed into a sharp awl, breaking open a second hole in the god territory. Soon, Jiang Hetian's god territory was attacked from both sides by Dumpling and Zichen's god territory. It collapsed inch by inch. Large patches of black holes appeared in midair. Turbulence roared and space distorted. It was a shocking sight. Without that layer of obstruction, Reddish Heaven's sword immediately changed direction and accelerated at the same time. It went straight for Jiang Hetian's face. Jiang Hetian's heart skipped a beat. Why is this sword chasing after me so closely? What he didn't know was that the venerable artifact had an artifact soul and was very spiritual. The artifact soul was closely connected to Chu Luiyue and understood her intentions. As long as she thought about it, she could command it like an arm. Looking at Reddish Heaven's sword that was rapidly approaching him, Jiang Hetian subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, when he moved, he was shocked to realize that he was trapped in the position where the three god territories were clashing. He couldn't move at all. This time, to Reddish Heaven's sword, he had become a complete target. Chi! The long sword broke through. It pierced through his chest. A line of blood spurted out. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1474. Everything happened too quickly. The reddish gold and purplish gold lights intertwined, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before they could see what had happened, the battle was already over. Bang! Jiang Hetian's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. His eyes were wide open, and blood slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth. There was a bowl-sized hole in his chest, and blood was gushing out. The blood was fresh and red, and it was still steaming. It dripped onto the layer of ice that had not melted, and it quickly cooled and condensed. This scene was really strange and frightening. Everyone quieted down, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Hetian was a great deity. Shang Guanyu's sword had pierced his heart. She was clearly trying to take his life. Dad! A mournful cry of despair broke the silence. Jiang Ji-won looked at what had happened in front of her in disbelief. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. Shang Guanyu, it was all Shang Guanyu's fault. She rushed forward almost uncontrollably, but after taking a step, her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. If it wasn't for Bailey Chun supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. She was already injured, and her heart was filled with grief and resentment. Now that she was angry, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. Yuan. Bailey Jun was worried and distressed. This child had been with him for so many years, and she had never suffered or been tired. However, she had been tortured during this period of time. He supported Jiang Ji-won and looked at Chu Luiyue sternly. Shang Guanyu. How dare you? Because he was full of anger, his voice was like thunder, and it was so loud that it made people's ears go numb. However, Chu Luiyue didn't even look at him. She slowly got up, and her dark and cold eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent. Swoosh! Scarlet Heaven's sword flew back to her hand. There was not a single trace of blood on the sharp silver blade. She looked at it with satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Hetian. Bang! Jiang Hetian's god domain vanished with a loud rumble. This caused his expression to turn gloomy once again. He opened his mouth, but more blood gushed out. His eyes, which were originally arrogant and full of disdain, were now filled with fear and resentment. Soon, he fell to the ground. Several streaks of light flew out from his body, and then condensed into a translucent phantom in midair. It was Jiang Hetian's soul. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed slightly. Jiang Hetian doesn't have a divine body? Hasn't he been stuck in the high god realm for many years? Logically speaking, he should have refined his divine body by now. In the past, he was always so arrogant and I thought that he had already become one. Who knew, he was just pretending to be a wolf. Hasn't he always been like this? In the past few years, he had relied on the Yuntian Tower to do as he pleased. People who don't know him would think that he's the one in charge of the Yuntian Tower. Pfft. Even if he doesn't have a divine body, as a high god, it's really embarrassing to be beaten to such a state by a middle stage rank 9. If I were him, I would be too ashamed to go out in my life. He was able to do as he pleased for so many years because of his thick skin. Of course, I can't compare to him. Many people chuckled softly. Jiang Hetian's status in the Yuntian Tower was considered honorable. Everyone called him Patriarch Jiang. However, in the outside world, in front of the big shots of the divine ruins, he was nothing. In the past, most of them were polite to Jiang Hetian because of Rongxiu. Now, Rongxiu's attitude was very clear. He was clearly on Shang Guanyu's side. Then why should they be nice to Jiang Hetian? Unfortunately, Jiang Hetian was about to go crazy at this time, and he did not care about that at all. He only knew that his physical body had been destroyed by Shang Guanyu. For a cultivator like him, it would take a lot of effort to reform his physical body. Jiang Hetian's voice was filled with anger and resentment. Shang Guanyu. The Immortal Water Mausoleum is the head of the 28 divisions of the Yuntian Tower. And I am the patriarch of the Jiang family in the Immortal Water Mausoleum. How dare you treat me like this? Chu Luiyue suddenly laughed. Patriarch Jiang, you seem to have forgotten my identity. Jiang Hetian choked. Chu Luiyue took a step forward. Her back was straight, like a pine tree pressing down on snow. Tough. Arrogant. Honorable. She raised her chin slightly and pulled off the mask on her face. A gorgeous face appeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. She was as bright as the sun and as beautiful as the moon. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was tall and straight, and her red lips were slightly raised in a perfect arc. Especially her pair of watery eyes, which were like black jade, rippled with mist and shone with boundless brilliance. In that instant, her entire aura underwent a huge change. The elegant and gentle young man was gone. In his place was a stunningly beautiful and honorable young woman. She clearly didn't do anything, but there was a noble aura in her bones that made people unconsciously look up to her. She smiled and slowly reminded him, "Don't worry. I, Shang Guanyu, am the princess of the Yuntian Tower. I am the ruler, and you are the subject. Not to mention teaching you a lesson, even if I personally kill you here today, you can't complain at all. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. There is no right or wrong here, only nobility and inferiority. You offended your superiors and even tried to take my life. Jiang Hetian. Even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough to atone for your sins today." Every word was sonorous, and Jiang Hetian was speechless. At this moment, Elder Huafeng and the others also saw Chu Liuyue's true appearance. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1475. Hearing this voice, Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat and she turned her head to look. The elders were able to see her face even more clearly. However, after a brief moment of shock and joy, the few of them were a little uncertain. This face, she was indeed 70% to 80% similar to the girl in their impression, especially her eyebrows and expression. They were simply carved from the same mold. But her age didn't seem right. After a few years, that girl should be in her 20s, but the Shangguanyu standing in the middle of the square was clearly 17 or 18 years old. Something seems wrong, Elder Huafeng couldn't help but mutter softly. She's not you, right? Actually, he wasn't sure either. In the past few months, he had become familiar with her. There were a few times when he felt that he saw a familiar shadow on her. However, those thoughts were quickly dispelled by him. Appearance, age, aura. All of these were different. Moreover, if she was really her, why didn't any of them notice this in such a long time? Was it because her acting skills were too good, or were they two different people? Elder Bo Yen was also a little uncertain. He frowned and gripped the armrest of the chair tightly with one hand. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but say, "She's not." Previously, she was on the Azure Cloud roll. If the truth was as they guessed, then her name, Chu Yu, wouldn't have successfully appeared on the Azure Cloud roll at that time. Elder Huafeng paused. But she's too similar. It wasn't just her appearance, but more importantly, her demeanor and temperament. In all these years, Lingxiao College had never had such a troublesome student. There were only these two. It was hard not to be suspicious. "Wanzheng, what do you think?" Elder Bo Yen asked in a low voice. As their master, he should know more than them, right? Elder Wanzheng didn't speak for a long time. He only stared at Chu Liyue. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a chaotic and noisy manner. However, when he tried to think about it carefully, he found that it was a complete blank. Too many things had happened today, and now he was completely stunned. "Wanzheng?" Elder Bo Yen called out to him uneasily. Elder Wanzheng's lips quivered. Finally, he opened his mouth with difficulty. "If she really is, then is she still my disciple?" At that time, Yu had acknowledged the dean as her master. Elder Bo Yen and the rest did not expect him to still be thinking about this at this time and were speechless. A moment later, Elder Huafeng patted him on the shoulder. "Let's leave it to the heavens." Chu Liyue could vaguely hear their conversation. For a moment, he felt helpless and amused. She knew what they were looking at and what they were guessing. Seeing this face that was so similar to the one from before, this was inevitable. It was better to wait until everything was over before explaining to them. Thinking of this, Chu Liyue looked at Jiang Hetian again. At this time, Jiang Hetian was furious. He had never expected that he would come here today to expose Shangguanyu in front of everyone and ruthlessly trample on her. It would be best if he could take this opportunity to pull her down from the position of princess consort. How many people would she offend by disguising her identity and deceiving everyone? However, he never expected that Shang Guanyu was not a pushover. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit of guilt or embarrassment from having her identity exposed, she became even bolder and directly fought with him. She even threatened to kill him. Where did her confidence come from? Jiang He was so angry that he laughed and turned to look at Rongxiu. Your Highness, you have seen the current situation. Don't you have anything to say? He did not believe that Rongxiu would abandon the entire Immortal Water Mausoleum for Shang Guanyu. Rongxiu rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, Princess Consort tried to murder Princess Consort. You plotted to murder the Princess Consort. You should be beheaded. His voice was low and lazy, like the wind sweeping the strings of a zither, elegant and elegant. However, every word that came out of his mouth was like the sharpest blade, terrifyingly cold. His biting cold killing intent spread without any concealment. The surrounding air froze inch by inch. All the noise disappeared in an instant. The scene froze. Everyone looked at Rongxiu with shock and disbelief. Beheaded, did Rongxiu just say those two words? Jiang Hetian was also stunned. He wanted to threaten Rongxiu with the Immortal Water Mausoleum, but he did not expect that Rongxiu would side with Shang Guanyu without hesitation. He even said that he wanted to kill him. He was the holy son of Yuntian Tower. Every sentence, every word, was a golden rule that could not be disobeyed. He said, he wanted to kill him. Holy son. Jiang Hetian suddenly raised his voice. It was piercing to the ears. Are you really going to abandon the Immortal Water Mausoleum? The Immortal Water Mausoleum was the leader of the 28 tribes. If Rongxiu broke ties with him, the Immortal Water Mausoleum would be in chaos. In the end, the one who would bear the loss would still be Yuntian Tower. How could Rongxiu not understand this? However, when Rongxiu heard this, the corners of his lips suddenly curled up. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Hetian. Patriarch Jiang should be the one asking you this. From the moment you colluded with the enemy, tried to murder the princess, and even tried to take control of the Yuntian Tower, you should have expected this day. Jiang Hetian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What did you say? He suddenly felt guilty, and even his voice was trembling. Rongxiu stood up. His figure was tall and straight. As he stood there, he exuded an oppressive aura. Instantly, he created an extremely strong pressure. You, come here. He waved at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue walked toward him. Rongxiu carefully wiped away a drop of blood that had accidentally splattered on her cheek. His fingertips were warm, and his movements were restrained and gentle. However, there was an indescribable majesty and dominance. Everyone was stunned. Who had ever seen the holy son of Yuntian Tower, who killed without hesitation, treat someone so gently and carefully? Then, he looked at Jiang Jiwan. His eyes were extremely calm. I will give you and your father 15 minutes to say your final goodbyes and decide who will die first. Digression, today is over. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1476. It was a simple and concise sentence. But it had already decided the life and death of these two people. Dead silence. After a moment, Jiang Jiwan murmured in disbelief. Your Highness? What did you say? Rongxiu lifted his eyelids slightly, his eyes filled with a biting cold murderous intent. What, your ears are not working now? Jiang Jiwan's face was pale. Her body was on the verge of collapse, and her knees gave way. She actually almost fainted. Bailey June immediately shouted. Saint! Isn't this decision of yours a little too hasty? Even if you don't care about the lives of the father and daughter, you should at least think about the immortal water tomb. If Jiang Hetian doesn't care about it himself, then why should I waste my effort? Rong Xiu's expression was indifferent as he interrupted Bailey Jun choked. Recalling Rong Xiu's words, a trace of uneasiness gradually surged in his heart. What did this mean? Patriarch, you just came out of seclusion, so there are some things that you don't know. I will explain it to you today, so that they can all die with a clear understanding. As Rong Xiu spoke, he smiled slightly and looked at Jiang Hetian. A formless pressure pressed down on him. Jiang Hetian met that pair of deep, seemingly bottomless phoenix eyes. He felt as if his entire body had been stripped bare and seen through. Jiang Hetian, as the patriarch of the Jiang family in the immortal water tomb, you should be loyal to the Yuntian Tower. However, your heart is not right, and you colluded with outsiders to murder the princess consort. The evidence is conclusive. In the past, I was extremely tolerant of your Jiang family in the immortal water tomb on account of your many years of service to the Yuntian Tower and gave you many privileges. But now, you have committed many crimes, and the Yuntian Tower will definitely not tolerate such rebellious people. Jiang Hetian was guilty, but he did not give up. Rong Xiu had probably wanted to get rid of them for a long time. Today's words were high-sounding, but they were actually all excuses. He gritted his teeth. Since your highness says that the evidence is conclusive, please show it to us. I, Jiang Hetian, have never done anything wrong to the Yuntian Tower. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Rong Xiu suddenly take out a letter. When he saw the familiar envelope, Jiang Hetian's heart skipped a beat and his voice stopped abruptly. Rong Xiu picked up the letter and smiled faintly. Jiang Hetian, do you recognize this letter? Jiang Hetian looked away. I don't know. I've never seen this letter before. You haven't even opened it to look at the content. How do you know that you've never seen it before? Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Hetian's forehead with a swish sound. I just felt that this envelope was very unfamiliar, so I've never seen it before. Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly. He opened the letter and took out the letter. It was a thin, yellowish, and somewhat rough piece of paper. When the sun shone down, it faintly reflected a golden light. The black handwriting on it was like flowing water, full and moving. If you don't recognize the envelope, then you should recognize the immortal grass xian paper unique to the Tomb of Immortal Water, right? Immortal grass xian paper was paper made from immortal grass. It was famous for its superior quality and its ability to be preserved for thousands of years without spoiling. This type of immortal grass could only be found in very few places. The Tomb of Immortal Water was one of those places that was rich in immortal grass. This was also one of their great advantages. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people were not qualified to possess immortal grass xian paper. Even in the Tomb of Immortal Water, only the direct descendants of the Jiang family could use it. Jiang Hetian was, of course, within this category. Immortal grass xian paper is given out as a gift every year. This piece of paper doesn't mean anything. Jiang Hetian was still defending himself, but his voice was weak and his face was pale. Anyone could see that there was a problem. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. Yes. Of course, a piece of immortal grass xian paper doesn't mean anything. The point is, the words on it are your own handwriting, Patriarch Jiang. Impossible. Jiang Hetian seemed to have been hit on a sore spot and suddenly began to object fiercely. This is impossible. Actually, when he saw the envelope, he recognized it as his reply to Tan Taichen. But how did this thing end up in Rong Xiu's hands? When he heard Rong Xiu say this, his first reaction was to deny it. He was very careful when he replied to the letter and put a lot of thought into it. The handwriting on this immortal grass xian paper would disappear after reading it. Even if someone got hold of this letter, the contents would not be noticed. Rong Xiu said that there was his handwriting on it. It was most likely fake. As if guessing what he was thinking, Rong Xiu waved his wrist and the piece of paper flew to Jiang Hetian. Look carefully. Which word on it wasn't written by you? Jiang Hetian didn't believe in heresy at first, but when he saw the intact letter, he immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Line by line, word by word, he could see it clearly. This was indeed his reply to Tan Taichen. And it was intact. In this letter, you said that Yuntian Tower has already disregarded your life and death, so there's no need to hesitate. Today, you will personally come here and pull you down from the position of princess consort in front of everyone. If there's a chance, you'll get rid of her. In addition, you also said that if you doesn't admit her identity, you'll ask the other party to come forward and prove it. You've really put in a lot of effort. Rong Xiu did not speak quickly, and his voice was calm and casual as if he was telling a story. However, every word he uttered was like a heavy hammer that pounded on Jiang Hetian's heart. He was utterly defeated. Jiang Hetian's heart was in a mess, and his whole mind was in a mess. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. This letter should be in Tan Taichen's hands. Moreover, after he read it, the handwriting on it should have long disappeared without a trace. How could it still be so intact? The most important thing was that this letter was taken out by Rong Xiu. What went wrong? Suddenly, Jiang Hetian's heart sank. If this letter fell into Rong Xiu's hands, then Tan Taichen, if you don't admit it, I can also ask this person to come over and confront you face to face. As Rong Xiu spoke, he raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. However, I'm not sure if he's still alive to hold on until now. Every word was as light as the clouds and wind, but it was as sharp as a knife and as cold as ice. Jiang Hetian didn't doubt Rong Xiu's words at all. If he said that the person was in his hands, then it must be. Otherwise, this letter wouldn't have fallen into his hands. I and the princess are husband and wife. Your intention to murder her is tantamount to treason. You father and daughter are in cahoots. You should have been executed long ago. What's there to explain? As Rong Xiu spoke, he took back the letter. Immediately, he raised his other hand, and golden flames danced on his slender and fair fingertips. Half a quarter of an hour is up. Since you can't come to a conclusion, I will make the decision for you. Chi. The golden flames flew out. Soon after, it transformed into a huge cage, trapping Jiang Hetian within it. As the flames burned, his translucent body began to distort. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1477. Ah! Jiang Hetian let out a blood-curdling scream. Rong Xiu had two divine bodies, and his strength was much higher than Jiang Hetian's. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with the half-crippled Jiang Hetian. Intense pain engulfed him. The burning of the soul was more painful than the destruction of the body. Jiang Hetian struggled frantically, trying to escape. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Rong Xiu's control. In the end, he was at the mercy of Rong Xiu. His soul gradually weakened and became transparent under the burning of the golden flames. His originally arrogant and unbridled face was now only filled with pain and despair. It hurts. It hurts too much. He had lived for so many years, but he had never suffered such terrible pain. Seeing his twisted face and body, and his gradually weakening breath, Jiang Jiwan was so angry that she spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. She cried as she knelt in front of Rong Xiu. Your Highness. Please let father go. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. For so many years, the Immortal Water Mausoleum has been loyal to you and Yuntian Tower. How could father do such a thing? There must be a mistake. She wailed and kept kowtowing. If Bailey June had not pulled her back in time, she would have fainted. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. Are you questioning I? Jiang Jiwan's heart skipped a beat. No, no. That's not what I meant, the evidence is right here, and the witness is in I's hands. I was thinking that if Jiang Hetian did not come today, I would give him one last chance. Unfortunately. How could he blame others for his own death? If you have time, cry for yourself. Rong Xiu said lightly. That one sentence completely pierced Jiang Jiwan's heart. The last trace of blood drained from her face, and her lips trembled violently. Gradually, her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. She only thought that her father was going to die, but she forgot that she would be next. Her tears seemed to have dried up. "Your Highness, you and I were childhood friends. Do you really not care about us at all?" She knelt on the ground and looked at Rongxiu in despair. Her tears flowed down, leaving 2 streaks of tears on her messy, blood-stained face. She looked particularly pathetic. There had never been a moment when she clearly understood that Rongxiu really didn't have her in his heart, and he hated her to the core. In her blurred vision, that man's figure was so real, yet so illusory. He was tall and straight, handsome, like a demon and immortal. If he loved someone, he would do everything in the world just to please her. Not afraid of wind and rain or dust. If he did not love a person, he would not even a glances. Cold-hearted and ruthless. She had adored and followed this man for many years, but in the end, she had become a joke. What affection? Love? Affection? He did not even hesitate to take her and her father's lives. Jiang Jiwan's heart felt like it was on fire. After the burning pain, it gradually withered and curled up. The blood in her body began to turn cold. When Rongxiu heard this, he seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke. He tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and asked in return, "You have indeed stayed in the Divine Ruins world for many years, but I have not seen you more than 10 times. So, can we be considered childhood friends?" These simple words were like 2 tight slaps to Jiang Jiwan's face. She opened her mouth, but her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Yuan. Bailey Jun was extremely anxious. He had been cursing in his heart before, and the celestial physician he had notified had not come yet. But now, he could not care less about this. Rongxiu wanted her life. Holy Sun. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Bailey Jun said anxiously. If the Mausoleum of Immortal Water finds out about Jiang Hetian's death, they will not let this go. You, Patriarch, you can rest assured about this. Rongxiu interrupted him. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and there was a hint of nonchalance. Right now, the people of the Mausoleum of Immortal Water should be busy preparing for the ascension ceremony of the new Patriarch. They have no time to care about this. However, I have already informed them. After this matter is over, they will send someone to bring the bones back. They are from the Jiang family after all. They will not just sit by and do nothing. However, Jiang Hetian's actions this time have let down the Jiang family's ancestors. He should not be buried in the ancestral grave. They would probably bring the bones back and find a random place to bury them. Bailey Chun was stunned when he heard that. Rongxiu had been prepared for this. He had helped the other members of the Jiang family ascend the throne. In an instant, countless things were connected and finally formed a complete chain. Bailey Jun came to a realization. Rongxiu clearly knew about Jiang Hetian's contact with outsiders and found a way to intercept the most recent letter. On the surface, he had been staying in the academy and ignoring everything. But in reality, he had been waiting to catch a turtle in a jar. However, Jiang Hetian did not notice this at all and even ran over excitedly. In the end, not only did he fail to drag Shang Guanyu down with him, but he also landed himself in a hopeless situation. On the surface, the Jiang family seemed to be ruled by Jiang Hetian, but in reality, that was not the case. All these years, there had been people who were eager to take over the Jiang family. It was only because Jiang Hetian had been suppressing them that they did not dare to act rashly. Now, these people were obviously looking for Rongxiu. Rongxiu had just openly punished Jiang Hetian, and now they could cause trouble in the Jiang family and directly take over the position of Patriarch. For various reasons, these people were bound to be loyal to Rongxiu. In this way, Rongxiu could effortlessly make the Immortal Water Mausoleum his power. To him, Jiang Hetian was a malignant tumor who supported him in everything he did. But from today onwards, this problem no longer existed. Bailey Jun was shocked and stood rooted to the spot for a long time. Rongxiu, what a ruthless method. What a deep plan. At this time, Jiang Hetian, who still had a little bit of strength left, also heard these words. This was the last straw that defeated him. His spirit was scattered, and he no longer had the will to fight. Soon, he was completely swallowed by the golden flames. He hated. In the end, he could only die with hatred and resentment. The sound of struggling finally dissipated. The golden flames engulfed everything. Jiang Hetian died just like that. There was dead silence. Everyone's expression was complicated, and they did not know what to say. Actually, they more or less knew about the conflict between the Yuntian Tower and the Immortal Water Mausoleum. Relying on the strength of the Immortal Water Mausoleum, Jiang Hetian had been tyrannical all these years. He was even somewhat famous in the Divine Ruins world. Sometimes, people would be more polite to him for the sake of the Yuntian Tower. They knew that with Rongxiu's personality, he would not tolerate it forever. After all, Rongxiu had personally led people to kill the family that wanted to rebel. But today's situation was still beyond their expectations. Jiang Hetian was dead. Next, was Jiang Jiwan. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Jiang Jiwan, including Rongxiu. Bailey Jun shielded Jiang Jiwan behind him and shouted, "Son of God! You can't kill her." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1478. Many people exchanged glances in private. What was Bailey Jun thinking? Rongxiu had already made it clear that he wanted to send both father and daughter to heaven. Now, he was jumping out to stop him. Was it worth it to confront and even fall out with Rongxiu over Jiang Jiwan? Jiang Hetian was already dead. What was there to save Jiang Jiwan? Family head, you saw everything that happened just now. Jiang Jiwan deserves death. Moreover, as the son of Yuntian Tower, I can't even kill a sinner. However, Rongxiu seemed to have expected this. He wasn't shocked or angry as he questioned her with a calm expression. Bailey Jun's lips moved. Jiang Hetian was the one who committed the crime. He was also the one who wanted to kill Sheng Guanyu. Yuanyuan had only fought with her twice in total. Sheng Guanyu was not injured at all. Yuanyuan, on the other hand, was defeated and seriously injured. Her life is in danger. Anyway, Jiang Hetian is dead now. According to what you said, the Jiang family has a new head. Yuanyuan's status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family is no longer the same as before. Her Yuan meridian is broken, and she has lost her father. She is already in a desperate situation. Even so, you still won't let her go? Bailey Jun became angrier as he spoke. In the end, his tone was almost stern. Rongxiu, on the other hand, remained calm. After Bailey Jun finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Is that all you wanted to say?" Bailey Jun choked and waved his sleeve. Rongxiu nodded slightly. "Since you're done, I will also say a few words. Jiang Jiwan is well aware of everything that Jiang Hetian has done. She is not innocent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to propose those two matches and used a killing move right from the start. She lost to you, because her skills were not as good and she was too weak. How did it become an excuse for her? As for her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she should have known that this day would come when she wanted to kill you, Moreover, she seemed to have always regarded herself as the eldest daughter of the Yuntian Tower, right? As for her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she did not care for it. Even if she was not the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she would not feel bad. She should be punished for her wrongdoings. You want me to pity her? Why don't you think about how much you, would have to endure if she had to face the encirclement of so many of you? If he wanted him to let go of Jiang Ziyuan, who would let go of his you, Rongxiu's tone was calm, but it had a hint of murderous intent. Chu Liuyue's heart seemed to have been hit by something. Amidst the softness, a sweet scent spread. She tilted her head and looked at Rongxiu. The contours of his face were smooth and perfect. His jade-like chin was slightly tense, and his deep eyes were filled with anger. He was angry for her. He felt injustice for her. Chu Luiyue exhaled softly. In an instant, it seemed that all the anger and resentment had quietly dissipated. No matter what, this man would always stand by her side, shelter her from the wind and rain, and protect her. That was enough. She took a step forward, walked to Rongxiu's side, and held his hand. When their fingertips touched, Rongxiu immediately held her hand. Their fingers passed through the gaps of her fingers, and after a careful caress, they held each other tightly. His hand was dry and warm, and the warmth seemed to spread to the bottom of her heart in an instant. Chu Luiyue's heart calmed down instantly. Bailey Jun was speechless. Looking at the intimate way their fingers were intertwined, he finally realized how important this woman was in Rongxiu's heart. He loved this woman so much. It was to the point that she was even more important than himself. Not to mention Jiang Ji-won, even if it were any other woman in the world, they would not be able to compete for the position of the princess consort. If it were in the past, Bailey Jun might have been able to use some coercive means to force Rongxiu to submit. But now, it was obviously impossible. Rongxiu had killed Jiang Hetian in front of him on purpose. This was his warning. Bailey Jun was extremely sullen. After a few years of seclusion, the world had changed greatly. Rongxiu had long been out of his control. Now, the only thing he could do was to protect Jiang Ji-won. Yuan has done something wrong. You can punish her, but you can't kill her. This old man will never agree to this. Bailey Jun's attitude was still firm. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Bailey Jun was too concerned about Jiang Ji-won, wasn't he? He was even willing to turn against Rongxiu for her. Rongxiu's intention to kill Jiang Ji-won was already so clear, but he still acted like this. Even if Jiang Ji-won was raised by him, in front of this kind of thing, there seemed to be nothing to fight over, right? Unless he had a reason not to abandon Jiang Ji-won. As the noble patriarch of the Yuntian Tower, he had seen many storms and waves. What could make him like this? A vague guess appeared in his mind. Chu Luiyue frowned. Rongxiu had already spoken. If you don't want me to kill her, you should at least give me a reason, right? Bailey Jun's face was ashen. There is no reason. No means no. This old man is the patriarch. Now, I don't even have the right to spare a person's life. This was a little overbearing and unreasonable. Rongxiu was not in a hurry. Instead, his thin lips curled up slightly. He turned his head to look at Chu Luiyue and smiled warmly. Do you know that in the Yuntian Tower, there are only 2 ways for a person to escape death after committing a capital crime? Chu Luiyue showed a curious expression. Which 2? Rongxiu raised his eyebrows slightly. The first way is that this person has once made a great contribution to the Yuntian Tower, so the merit can make up for the crime. The other way. He paused. This person has the direct bloodline of the Yuntian Tower, so he can be spared from death. Digression. The article continues at 6:00 mobile users. Please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1479. Rongxiu looked at Bailey Jun and smiled casually. Patriarch, even if you have a high status, the rules of the Yuntian Tower were set by our ancestors. You can't just go against them. What do you think? As long as Jiang Ji-won fulfills one of these 2 conditions, I can spare her from death. Everyone's expression became strange. Of course, Rongxiu's sudden words were not without reason. How old was Jiang Ji-won now? At most, she was a spoiled young lady. She might have had some talent, but of course, it was gone now. Such a person did not look like someone who had made great contributions to the Yuntian Tower, right? Then, there was only the second possibility. Although the Immortal Water Tomb was one of the 28 divisions of the Yuntian Tower, they were not related by blood. Jiang Jiwan was the young lady of the Jiang family. How could she have the direct bloodline of the Yuntian Tower? Bailey Jun was shocked and angry. He stared at Rong Xiu, trying to find some clues from his face. Did he already know something? That shouldn't be. Those things had been covered in dust for many years. Those who knew about it were no longer alive. How could Rong Xiu? But Bailey Jun was not sure. Based on Rong Xiu's character, he definitely wouldn't say something like that unless he had concrete evidence. But, how could he admit it? Bailey Jun's chest felt like it was blocked by something. He could not breathe. If that's the case, doesn't that mean young lady Jiang doesn't fit the bill? Chu Luiyue said softly. He looked regretfully at the unconscious Jiang Jiwan. I heard that young lady Jiang was only 22 or 23 years old. She used to be a genius. It's a pity that she fell like this. Bailey Jun was so angry that his face turned red. What a hypocrite. These people probably couldn't wait for Jiang Jiwan to die quickly. Previously, he had used all sorts of methods to coerce her, but now, he was acting so hypocritical. It was truly disgusting. Rong Xiu looked indifferent. Her biological mother passed away when she was young. Now that Jiang Hetian is also dead, she is the only one left. Coupled with the fact that her Yuan meridian is broken, her reputation is in tatters. In this situation, death was probably the only way for Jiang Jiwan to escape. However, these words were like a thorn that pierced into Bailey Chun's heart. Rong Xiu said, "Clan leader, I know that you have loved Jiang Jiwan very much for many years. Why don't you leave us for a while?" As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. This step was like stepping on Bailey Jun's sore spot. The last string in his mind suddenly snapped. Yuan is this old man's granddaughter. Who dares to touch her? As soon as he finished speaking, there was dead silence. Although many people had already guessed this, hearing Bailey Jun admit it with their own ears was still very shocking. Everyone knew that the clan leader of the Yuntian Tower, Bailey Jun, was obsessed with cultivation his entire life. He was unmarried and had no children. Back then, the various factions of the Yuntian Tower fought fiercely. He relied on this to defeat the others and become the clan leader. At that time, he said that he had no wife and children. If he became the clan leader, he would be fairer. But now, he suddenly said that Jiang Jiwan was his granddaughter. It was like a clap of thunder. Rong Xiu stopped in his tracks. His thin lips curled into an extremely faint smile. Oh. You have never married in your entire life. How did you have a granddaughter out of nowhere? Clan leader, even if you can't bear to part with Jiang Jiwan, you don't have to pour dirty water on yourself just to save her, right? Once you lose this reputation, you can never get it back. Bailey Jun's temples throbbed when he heard this. His blood surged wildly, almost bursting. Rong Xiu's words were simply murderous. He took a deep breath and managed to restrain his emotions with great difficulty. He said coldly and sternly, "What this old man said just now is true. Jiang Hetian's first wife, Yuan's birth mother, is this old man's only daughter." Bailey Jun said every word with great difficulty. He knew that today's action was tantamount to tearing off his face and letting others trample on him. But he had no other choice. If he wanted to save Jiang Jiwan, this was the only way. "Grandpa Chun, what did you say?" At this moment, Jiang Jiwan, who had been unconscious for a long time, slowly woke up. In a daze, she heard Bailey Jun's words. She was completely stunned. Bailey Jun turned around and carefully helped her up. Yuan, don't be afraid. You're Grandpa's only granddaughter. Grandpa won't let you suffer. Grandpa. Grandpa? Jiang Jiwan really didn't know about this. After realizing the meaning of this sentence, she slowly widened her eyes and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. You're the direct descendant of the Yuntian Tower. No one can kill you. Bailey Jun comforted her. In fact, this was a long story. Back then, he went out to train for a period of time and met a woman. The two of them secretly pledged to spend their lives together and naturally talked about marriage. After the training ended, he planned to go back to the Yuntian Tower first and then take the woman back. But at that time, the Yuntian Tower was in chaos, so he didn't have time to take care of it. In addition, he was not married and had no children, so he became the strongest candidate for the position of clan leader. He thought about it and didn't mention this matter to anyone else. It was about a year later when the Yuntian Tower stabilized. He quietly went back and found that the woman had already given birth to a daughter for him. After seeing him again, the woman seemed to be resentful and committed suicide. All that was left was a lonely little girl who was still in swaddling clothes. Of course, he couldn't bring his daughter back to the Yuntian Tower. So, he passed through several places and sent her to a family. For several years, he secretly took care of her. Because he knew that she was his only child, he doted on this daughter very much. Later, he even tried to arrange for her to marry into the Jiang family. Then, she gave birth to Jiang Jiwan. Unfortunately, she suffered a lot of bleeding during the birth and died a few years later. How could Bailey Jun not feel sorry for his granddaughter? So, at that time, he finally decided to take Jiang Jiwan to the Yuntian Tower and let her grow up by his side, regardless of the various private criticisms. Her food and clothing were all according to the standards of a young lady of the Yuntian Tower. At first, everyone felt that it was very inappropriate, but seeing that his attitude was firm, they didn't say anything. They just thought that he didn't have a child and was deeply lonely. Perhaps he was so persistent because he was fated to be with Jiang Jiwan. As time passed, everyone got used to it and didn't say much. When Jiang Jiwan heard this, she was a little confused for a moment. However, she quickly grasped the main point. She was Bailey Jun's biological granddaughter. She was the real young lady of the Yuntian Tower. She didn't have to die. Moreover, she could live well in the future. Her identity was even more noble than before, wasn't it? Jiang Jiwan was so emotional that tears flowed down her cheeks as she clutched Bailey Jun's sleeve tightly. "Grandpa, I see." Rong Xiu stood at the side and smiled. "In that case, let's begin the test. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 1480. Jiang Jiwan's tears suddenly stopped. She looked at Rong Xiu in astonishment. "Test? What test?" Bailey Chun also furrowed his brows, seemingly very displeased. "Holy Sun, are you still doubting Yuanyuan's identity?" He had just admitted with his own mouth that Jiang Ziyuan was his biological granddaughter. Saying this in front of so many people had already made him lose all his face. If it was not true, why did he have to do this? Rong Xiu smiled. "Patriarch, don't misunderstand. I was just following the rules. After all, this matter concerns the legitimate bloodline of the Yuntian Tower. Naturally, I have to be careful. After all, only by confirming her bloodline can we let her acknowledge her ancestors openly, isn't that right?" Jiang Jiwan had to face not only his interrogation, but also the entire Yuntian Tower. Of course, a few words would not be enough to convince them. Bailey Jun's anger lessened a little. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded. "Yuanyuan is seriously injured and her body is weak now. Be careful." Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. "It's just a blood test. It's very simple. You don't have to worry." Bailey Jun did not reply. Instead, he looked at Jiang Jiwan and gently patted her hand. "Yuanyuan, bear with it for a while. We'll go back later." In the past, he could only bury this matter deep in his heart to save face. But now, in order to protect Jiang Jiwan, he had to do this. No matter what others would say, he did not care anymore. Jiang Jiwan was touched. She would never have thought that she was hiding such a secret on her body. The legitimate daughter of the Yuntian Tower, even if she couldn't take the position of princess consort, with this identity, she wouldn't be bullied in the future. Grandfather, you're so good to me. Bailey Chun was satisfied when he heard that and smiled. You're grandpa's only relative. Who else should I treat well? Chu Luiyue watched from the side with a slight smile. This pair of grandfather and grandson recognized each other really quickly. Especially Jiang Ji-won, her mental fortitude was really good. She had just witnessed her father's tragic death, and now she was affectionately calling Bailey Jun grandfather. It seemed that she was really happy. That was why she could smile so brightly from a short distance away before her father's body was completely cold. However, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. In a hopeless situation, there was always a silver lining. Anyone would be overjoyed, right? Patriarch, please step aside. Rong Xiu said. Bailey Jun took a few steps back. Jiang Ji-won plucked up her courage and looked up at Rong Xiu. However, there was no longer any fear and cowardice in his eyes. So what if she was no longer the eldest young lady of the Jiang family? From now on, she was the direct descendant of the Yuntian Tower. Jiang Ji-won instantly felt much more confident, and the pain in her body seemed to have lessened a lot. Your Highness. Rong Xiu closed his eyes and raised one hand. A golden stream of light flew out from his palm and quickly condensed in midair. Then, a palm-sized grayish-white round stone dial appeared in front of him. The golden flames burned on top of it and finally converged in the middle to form an incomparably exquisite pointer. Chu Luiyue watched from the side and was a little surprised. This small stone dial looked very similar to the infinite divine dial that she saw that day. There were also 12 numbers and a pointer on it. Was this something to test the bloodline of the Yuntian Tower? As if sensing her gaze, Rong Xiu slowly opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. He patiently explained. This is the infinite divine dial's child dial. It's used to test the purity of the bloodline of the Yuntian Tower. The higher the number, the purer the bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the higher the status in the clan. Chu Luiyue nodded. It was indeed related to the infinite divine dial. It was just that the infinite divine dial could test the bloodline power of everyone, but this child dial was used to test the bloodline of the Yuntian Tower. Rong Xiu pushed his palm forward, and the child dial slowly flew forward and finally stopped in front of Jiang Ji-won. Just put your hand on it. This thing did not require the use of force. As long as one touched it with blood, the result would be quickly obtained. Jiang Ji-won's hand was covered in messy bloodstains. She could just put her hand on it directly, which saved her a lot of trouble. Jiang Ji-won stared at the child dial. For a moment, she was nervous and excited. She had seen this child dial before, but she had never thought that she would have a day like this. She held her breath and carefully placed her hand on it. Buzz! The moment she touched it, the child dial let out a buzzing sound. Jiang Ji-won's heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by something. She stared at it without blinking. The descendants of the Yuntian Tower's bloodline usually had a score of 6 or 7. Those who were slightly more outstanding could reach 8. If they could reach 9, their status and treatment in the clan would be extraordinary. She did not know how many points she could reach. Bailey Jun was also watching. Although the talent of the woman who was with him back then was average, his bloodline power was rich, so it should not affect him much. Moreover, judging from Jiang Ji-won's outstanding talent in the past, she should be able to reach 8 at the very least. However, as time passed slowly, the golden needle on the child dial did not move. Jiang Ji-won was a little confused. She looked at Bailey Jun and felt a little uneasy. Bailey Jun said, Yuan, try using your other hand. Jiang Ji-won did as she was told. However, this time, the needle on the child dial stayed at its initial position. How could this be? Bailey Jun raised his foot and was about to step forward. There's something wrong with the child dial. Jiang Ji-won gritted her teeth and placed both hands on the child dial. She did not believe that she could not trigger the child dial. Bang! When Jiang Jiwan's hands were about to reach out, the child dial suddenly retreated. The golden needle shattered into pieces with a bang. A stream of light flashed, and the child dial flew back to Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu glanced at her from the side and seemed to be smiling. The child dial's needle broke on its own, which means that it has touched the bloodline of another clan. Clan leader, Jiang Jiwan, doesn't seem to be of the Yuntian Tower bloodline. Are you mistaken? Who knows where this Jiang Jiwan came from? Bailey June's expression changed drastically. Digression. Tomorrow at 12:00 mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1481. Impossible. There must be something wrong with this. Due to his agitation, Bailey June's voice became a little sharp and ear-piercing. His old face was filled with shock and anger. Test again. Rong Xiu smiled, but his eyes were cold and resolute. Patriarch, you know that Zigui won't make a mistake, so why do you have to do this? Jiang Jiwan does not have the slightest bit of Yuntian Tower's bloodline. Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Bailey June's heart. His footsteps faltered, his vision turned black, and his body turned cold. How could this be? How is this possible? When Jiang Jiwan was born, he had sent someone to guard her, so there was no mistake about her identity. Then, there must be something wrong with my daughter. I was the one who carried that child back then. And I calculated the time at that time, so it should be my child. Could it be? A terrifying and absurd conjecture appeared in Bailey June's mind, causing his heart to beat violently and his blood to boil, almost bursting. He panted heavily, pressing his chest with one hand, and his mind was in a mess. The surroundings were silent. Many people came back to their senses and secretly exchanged glances, their expressions strange and forbearing. What a huge cuckold. What an exciting show. The biological granddaughter, Jiang Jiwan, whom Bailey June had been taking care of, had nothing to do with him. For so many years, I raised someone else's child, but I didn't even know it. What a joke. They thought that the most shocking news of the day was that he revealed that Jiang Jiwan was his granddaughter, but they never expected such a huge reversal. And in front of so many people. It's a slap in the face. How exciting. From now on, Bailey June will probably become the laughing stock of the entire Divine Ruins. No one said anything, but their gazes fell on Bailey June. The meaning was unclear, complicated and chaotic. The sarcasm and ridicule were blatant. The air seemed to have frozen. Bailey June felt as if there was an invisible force pressing down on him, almost sealing him in this sealed space. His face was burning, but his entire body was cold to the bone. Jiang Jiwan was also stunned by Rong Xiu's words. She was not a direct descendant of the Yuntian Tower. But didn't the clan leader just say that she was his biological granddaughter? What was going on? Sensing that something was wrong, Jiang Jiwan felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She opened her mouth and looked at Bailey June for help. Grandfather, these two words instantly triggered Bailey June's sensitive nerves. Don't call me. Bailey June abruptly turned around and bellowed. Jiang Jiwan was shocked. Her body trembled, and tears fell unconsciously. Clan leader, in her memory, the clan leader had never spoken to her with such a terrifying expression and tone. But, what did she do wrong? He was the one who said that he was her grandfather. He was the one who said that he wanted to protect her and not let her be wronged. But now, in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. She didn't want this test result to happen. In the end, why was she the one to be blamed for everything? In just a few short breaths, Jiang Jiwan fell from heaven to hell, the kind that was ruthlessly stepped on. No matter how muddle-headed she was, she knew what was waiting for her. Her face was pale, and her cracked lips trembled violently. Clan leader, since this is a misunderstanding, then, you don't have any objections to the execution of Jiang Jiwan, right? Rong Xiu asked very politely. Some people couldn't help but look away and laugh secretly. Rong Xiu did it on purpose. In front of so many people, he confirmed that Jiang Ji1 wasn't Bailey Jun's granddaughter. It was already embarrassing enough. If he asked again, wouldn't he be reminding Bailey Jun that he was a cuckold? Bailey Jun's lungs were about to explode from anger. In his life, he had never lost so much face and was so embarrassed. He flung his sleeve and turned to leave. This place, he couldn't stay any longer. Clan leader. Jiang Ji1 saw that he was about to leave and panicked. If he left just like that, what would happen to her? Clan leader, there's something wrong with this Zigu. There must be something wrong. How could she not be the descendant of the Yuntian Tower? She must be. She must be. Bailey Jun's head hurt. He turned around and scolded, "Shut up." The Zigu was left behind by the ancestors of the Yuntian Tower. After a long time, it had never been wrong. Just now, he was so shocked that he lost his composure and blurted out those doubtful words. However, he knew in his heart that the Zigu was perfectly fine. Not to mention Rong Xiu, even he didn't have the ability to tamper with the Zigu. Jiang Ji1 must be crazy to say that. Jiang Ji1 was so frightened that her whole body trembled. However, she only hesitated for a moment before crying even harder. She looked at Bailey Jun with teary eyes. "Grandpa Chun, no matter what, I grew up by your side. Don't you have any feelings for Yuanyuan at all? Even if Yuanyuan isn't your biological granddaughter, Yuanyuan has always treated you as her biological grandfather all these years. It would have been better if she didn't mention this." The moment she did, the hatred and anger in Bailey Jun's heart surged wildly. Treat her well? Raise her by his side since she was young? Wasn't it all because he thought that she was his biological granddaughter? However, now that the truth had surfaced, he realized that he had been deceived his entire life. He had been fooled his entire life. He had also become a complete joke. There were so many outstanding disciples in Yuntian Tower, and many of them were more outstanding than her. Why did he dote on her so much? Wasn't it all because, what years of affection? All these years, how well he had treated Jiang Ji1, how deeply he cared for her, was how painful it was now. How embarrassing it was. Seeing that Bailey Jun's expression was not right, Jiang Ji1 was a little afraid. However, she was more afraid of death. Therefore, she hesitated for a moment and reached out to Bailey Jun, "Grandpa Chun, please help Yuanyuan." At this moment, she was seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to stand up on her own. Bailey Jun was a few steps away from her. Even if she stretched out her hand, she wouldn't be able to reach Bailey Jun. However, this action was extremely disgusting in Bailey Jun's eyes. His eyelids twitched violently and he waved his hand almost reflexively. Get lost. What kind of wild thing was this? She had deceived him for so many years and now she had the audacity to ask for help? Bang! This time, he was wrapped in anger and full of strength. In an instant, Jiang Ji1 was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. Pfft! Jiang Ji1 spat out a mouthful of blood and her breathing was weak. She tried to straighten up with difficulty, but she couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. She could only lie on the ground in a sorry state like an ant. She stared at Bailey Jun, and layers of despair surged in her eyes. Finally, the corner of her mouth slowly pulled into an extremely sarcastic smile, but it was also bleak and self-deprecating. Her cry was nothing more than a joke. The next moment, before her smile could fully relax, her head tilted and she kowtowed to the ground. There was no sound. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1482. Jiang Ji1 had been injured ever since she left the wilderness. Although she had been recuperating in the Yuntian Tower, she had yet to fully recover. This time, in order to compete with Chu Luyue, she had even consumed a bewildering fragrance pill without thinking about the consequences. This had caused her yuan meridian to rupture and severely damaged her body. She was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bailey June's final attack had become the straw that broke the camel's back. Bailey June had not intended to kill her, but his attack was too strong. Jiang Jiwon could not withstand it. The crowd quieted down. They were all speechless as they watched the scene unfold. Jiang Jiwon was lying on the ground. Her body was stained with blood. Her head was tilted upwards at a strange angle. She could no longer move her body. This was the only way she could see Bailey June. Her eyes were bulging. Her gaze was unfocused. Her face was covered in blood and wounds. One could even see the bulging veins on her forehead and neck. Even though she was dead, one could still see how desperate and hysterical she had been before she died. However, at that time, she no longer had any strength to resist or struggle. She died with her eyes wide open. After a brief moment of silence, low voices of discussion quietly spread. TSK, he really is ruthless. He took Jiang Jiwon's life just like that. After all, he had brought her by his side for several years and raised her personally. He really doesn't show any mercy. I don't know where this bastard came from. Why should he show mercy? I think Bailey Chun clearly did it on purpose this time. That's true. If I were him, I would be too ashamed to show my face in the future. It's embarrassing enough to have an illegitimate daughter. In the end, she's not even his. This joke is enough to make me laugh for a year. Haha. Shoo. Lower your voice. Bailey June heard it. Didn't you see his expression change? So what? He did this, so why can't others talk about it? Do you think he can come over and seal our mouths? Moreover, this matter would spread throughout the entire Divine Ruins world in a few days. There are so many people and so many mouths. Can he stop them all? Most of the people present had extraordinary statuses. Although they were polite to Bailey June, it did not mean that they were afraid of him. Especially now that the power of the Yuntian Tower was in the hands of Rong Xiu, Bailey June had nothing to do with it. It had been so long, and he couldn't even get a celestial physician to come over. This was already very telling. Coupled with Jiang Jiwon's blood test, Bailey June's reputation was completely lost. Bailey June clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged and his wrinkled face trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding. He glanced at Jiang Jiwon, then turned around and left without hesitation. If he looked at Jiang Jiwon's face again, he would only think of those humiliating things. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Patriarch, are you leaving? Bailey June stopped in his tracks. I still have important matters to attend to in the clan, so I'll take my leave. His voice was hoarse, as if he was suppressing something. Rong Xiu raised his chin. Then Jiang Jiwon's body, just deal with it with her father. Bailey June's tone suddenly became impatient, and his footsteps quickened as he left quickly. It seemed that mentioning Jiang Jiwon's name would dirty his mouth. Rong Xiu remained calm and nodded with a smile. Okay. Have a safe trip. Bailey June did not even know how to speak. In a flash, he disappeared on the spot. Bailey June was gone, and the Jiang family father and daughter were dead. However, to everyone, today's incident was something that they would remember for a long time. Yuntian Tower's patriarch, Bailey June, did not hesitate to confront Rong Xiu for Jiang Jiwon, and even publicly admitted that he had an illegitimate daughter back then. For someone from a first-rate family like him, this was a stain that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. Bailey June went all out just to keep his only descendant. However, after all this, he realized that she was not his descendant at all. Wasn't this too laughable? After going into seclusion for a few years, he finally came out, but before he could show off, he had already lost all his face. Rong Xiu turned around and looked at the people from Lingxiao College. Sorry for dirtying the school grounds. Elder Bo Yen smiled and said to the people behind him, don't worry. You guys, go and take care of this. Two elders stepped forward and quickly carried Jiang Jiwan and Jiang Hetian's bodies to the side, and quickly cleaned up the dirty ground. Rong Xiu looked at the sky. I have already informed the Jiang family. They should be here in a while. Everyone was speechless. The Jiang family was very far away from here. How could they arrive in such a short time? Unless Rong Xiu had given this order long ago. He was clearly prepared to take the lives of the father and daughter before today. Originally, everyone was here for Chu Yu. Who would have thought that Rong Xiu would be the one to clean up the family? This man was still very young, but his thoughts were deep and unpredictable. It was as if everything was under his control. A few years ago, when he took the position of the son of Saint, his fierce reputation was well known, and everyone was quite wary of him. However, until today, they realized that they had underestimated Rong Xiu. His mind, means, talent, and strength, he was the best in almost everything. Such a person really couldn't be underestimated. Chu Luiyue turned around, took a deep breath, and then bowed to Elder Bo Yan and the others. Elder Hua Feng hurriedly said, Hey, little girl, what are you doing? Chu Luiyue smiled apologetically. I used a fake identity to enter the academy and deceive the elders and students. I'm really sorry. Elder Hua Feng rubbed his hands. What's wrong with that? Actually, in the academy, not everyone had used their real identities. You didn't do anything wrong, so why apologize? There were too many people who wanted to come to Lingshao College to study. There were all kinds of people with different identities. There were many people who changed their names and identities. It was just that Chu Liuyue's matter this time was a little bigger. To Yan Gu, it wasn't a big mistake. Elder Bo Yan stroked his beard and nodded, that's right. As long as you didn't do anything against the academy's principles, the academy wouldn't pursue this matter. Moreover, you have made several great contributions to the academy during this period of time. There were countless big and small disasters, but of course, this couldn't be mentioned now. Whether you are Chu Yu or Shangguan Yu, you are still a student of the academy. The academy will naturally protect you. As he spoke, Elder Bo Yan looked around. The hint was very obvious. They, Lingshao College, didn't care about being deceived by Chu Luiyue. How could others have the right to say anything? Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief and felt grateful at the same time. However, at this moment, a somewhat abrupt voice suddenly sounded. The matter of the Black Demon Cave has been clarified. Concealing your identity. We can also forget about it. However, there is one thing that Shangguan Yu hasn't made clear. Is the Heavenly Square Cauldron on you? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1483. Chu Luiyue looked back. The person who spoke was Jean Di. His expression was cold and his eyes were sinister, like a venomous snake that made one's heart tremble. Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Jean Di had made up his mind to bite her and not let her go. In front of so many people, they couldn't directly snatch the red cloud sword, so they set their sights on other things. Many people immediately became spirited when they heard this. The Heavenly Square Cauldron. This was indeed one of the things they wanted to figure out the most on this trip. The red cloud sword was a venerable artifact and was indeed precious, but it had already recognized its master. Unless Shangguan Yu's soul was destroyed, this treasure could not be used in the hands of others. It was meaningless. But the Heavenly Square Cauldron was different. It was one of the 10 great artifacts of the Divine Ruins world. With such a treasure, the status of the entire aristocratic family would rise to a higher level. Those clans that possessed sacred artifacts were usually more confident in their words than others. Therefore, they were more interested in the Heavenly Square Cauldron. Chu Luiyue smiled when she heard this. Do you think you'll believe what I say? These people were not easy to deal with. It was impossible to end this matter with just a few words. Jean D laughed sinisterly with a hint of viciousness. As expected of the new princess of the Yintian Tower. You are indeed insightful. The heavenly square cauldron is related to the matter of the northern region of the primitive world. It is of great significance. Not only me, I believe everyone here also wants to figure it out, right? Some people nodded in agreement. That's not unreasonable. In fact, we are mainly here to figure out this matter. That's right. If everyone could deal with this matter peacefully, that would naturally be the best. If it is proven that you have nothing to do with this matter, then we will apologize. As if they could tell that Rong Xiu cared a lot about this princess consort, everyone's tone was much more polite when they spoke. Their attitude was also not as overbearing as before. Chu Liuyue's eyebrows moved slightly, but she did not take this matter to heart. In the beginning, in their eyes, she was just a youth without any background. With their status, they naturally wouldn't put her in their eyes. In the Divine Ruins world, this was nothing out of the ordinary. There was nothing to care about. But the most important thing was, how was he going to deal with the Heavenly Square sacred cauldron? She chuckled and said, I'm already very grateful that everyone is magnanimous enough to not haggle over the previous matters with me. As for the Heavenly Square cauldron, I will cooperate with the investigation and inquiries. Senior Golden Flute, what do you want to do? Jean D slowly sat up straight. To be honest, my Golden Wings sect has a replica of the Heavenly Square cauldron that has been preserved for hundreds of years. Rumor has it that this item appeared at the same time as the real one. At that time, there were two other identical replicas. The Heavenly Square cauldron is a supreme treasure, so there are fragments. Every time it appeared, it would use a portion of its power to create a few replicas to confuse everyone. Only those who are truly fated and capable can obtain treasures. It's a pity that my Golden Wings sect doesn't have such luck and only obtained a replica. Fortunately, although it's a replica, it still has a portion of the Heavenly Square cauldron's aura. When it encounters the real one, it will have a strong reaction. As Jean D spoke, he stretched out his hand with his palm facing upwards. A small transparent square cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. Chu Liuyue's pupils shrank slightly. That thing was indeed exactly the same as the real Heavenly Square cauldron. Shengguanyu, if you really have a clear conscience, just hold this thing in your hand. If it doesn't have any reaction, it proves that you don't have the Heavenly Square cauldron. Otherwise. Jean D snorted. The meaning of his words was self-evident. Everyone did not expect that Jean D actually still had such a move. For a moment, they all looked at Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue pondered for a moment and nodded. Good. This move was indeed brilliant. She had to accept it. However, there were some things that were better to clarify. The Golden Wings sect is indeed a big sect with a deep foundation. They even have such a treasure. Chu Liyue seemed to be very sincere in his praise. Although it's not the real Heavenly Square cauldron, such an item is indeed a rare treasure. Jean D's eyes were proud. But, why didn't you take it out last time in the northern region of primeval desolation? Chu Liyue changed the topic. If you were willing to take action at that time and directly identify that it was a fake Heavenly Square cauldron, then everyone should be able to save a lot of trouble, right? Perhaps there would be fewer casualties. What do you think? Chu Liyue said, frowning slightly and shaking his head, as if he was very regretful. Jean D choked. Wasn't he accusing the Golden Wings sect of standing by and doing nothing? This item wasn't in my hands at that time. He avoided Chu Liuyue's eyes, his expression somewhat evasive. After all, it's a precious item. It has been enshrined in the ancestral temple of the Golden Wings sect for many years. These words were a little ridiculous. This thing was indeed a treasure, but at that time, everyone went to the northern region of primeval desolation for the Heavenly Square cauldron. How could their people not bring this thing with them to distinguish whether it was real or fake? It was most likely that they had obtained this item recently. Purpose, of course, it was for her. I just don't know where they got this thing from, Chu Luyue thought to himself. There were quite a few people who wanted to deal with her. In the open and in the dark, they had all gathered together. Chu Luyue stared at Jean Di for a while. Jean Di flew into a rage out of humiliation and stood up angrily. What? Are you feeling guilty and don't want to investigate anymore? Chu Luyue curled his lips into a smile. Senior Jean Di, why are you in such a hurry? I've already said that I will definitely cooperate with this investigation and inquiry. However, this matter involves my reputation, so I naturally have to be cautious. Jean Di was embarrassed and sat back down, still speaking in a rough voice. You will know the truth once you test it. This was to push all the blame to Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue nodded. Okay. Jean Di was delighted and immediately waved his hand. The small transparent square cauldron immediately flew toward Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue's force surged in his palm and quickly put away the thing. The square cauldron stood quietly in Chu Luyue's palm. Its entire body was transparent, lustrous, clear, and pure. Chu Luyue looked at it carefully. Just now, she felt that it looked very similar from afar, but when she looked closer, she could feel that it was different from the real thing. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but she was the most familiar with the heavenly square cauldron, so she could easily distinguish it. At this moment, a ball of transparent flame suddenly condensed in the small transparent square cauldron. Chu Luyue was shocked. Buzz! The heavenly square cauldron in her body rumbled. Digression, the comments section said that you, is Bailey June's granddaughter. Are you demons? 60 Clock mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1484. Crack. A crisp cracking sound was heard. The transparent square cauldron in Chu Luyue's hand was instantly covered with fine cracks. Her heart sank, and she immediately suppressed the heavenly square cauldron in her body. However, the connection between the cauldron and the cauldron was so tight that it seemed to be entangled by countless invisible lines. It was impossible to completely block it. The next moment, the small transparent square cauldron shattered with a loud bang. Bang! Pieces of the cauldron flew everywhere. They turned into countless streaks of light and scattered in all directions. Jean Di immediately stood up and pointed at Chu Luyue angrily. The heavenly square cauldron is with you. Everyone was shocked by his words. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Chu Luyue, and their expressions were uncertain. Dead silence. Jean Di suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his voice to reprimand. Everyone, you saw it with your own eyes, right? The moment the replica reached Shanghai Yu's hand, it suddenly exploded. If she didn't have the real heavenly square cauldron with her, there wouldn't be such a big reaction. The evidence was conclusive in front of everyone's eyes. Shanghai Yu. Do you still want to deny it this time? Chu Luyue frowned. I see, she had never seen the so-called replica before. Although she knew there might be a reaction, she didn't expect it to be so sudden. She didn't have any time to prepare, and everything happened just like that. Moreover, with so many people watching, it would be difficult for her to edit it even if she wanted to. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Chu Luyue as if they were real. If the heavenly square cauldron was related to her, didn't it mean that she might have known about what happened in the northern region of the untainted land long ago? On the side of Lingxiao College, Elder Bo Yen and the others were all stunned. Didn't she say that the heavenly square cauldron was one of the 10 great divine artifacts and had nothing to do with her? What's going on now? Jean Di chased after her and sneered. What's wrong? Don't you dare to speak? Weren't you very confident just now? Now, Before he could finish speaking, his complacent words came to an abrupt halt. It was as if someone had suddenly grabbed him by the neck, and he let out a short and hurried cry of pain. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Jean Di's face had turned the color of a pig's liver. His hands were clenched in front of his neck, as if he was desperately pulling something. Looking carefully, one could vaguely see that a golden thread had flown to Jean Di's side and was tightly wrapped around his neck. This was what he wanted to break free from. Golden threads. Many people looked at Rong Xiu with trepidation. Noisy. Rong Xiu's voice was cold, and his expression was indifferent. For some reason, it sent chills down people's spines. This man was born with a sense of nobility in his bones. She just stood there casually. She had nothing to do with romance, yet she was so noble that people could only look up to her. It was clear that some of the people present were on equal footing with him. In terms of seniority, they were much higher than him. However, his aura had never lost. Even Jean D's heart skipped a beat when he met those cold and deep eyes. He swallowed the curses that were about to come out of his mouth. This Rong Xiu could even humiliate his own family's patriarch in public. He could also quietly change the master of the immortal water tomb, which was the most powerful force under his banner. How could he be a pushover? There was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Golden Flute swallowed hard and stammered, "What's the matter?" I just wanted to help everyone find out." Perhaps he was intimidated by Rong Xiu's power, but his voice was much softer. "Rong Xiu, he's right. Today, we're all here for this. Now that we've found some clues, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to just let it go, right?" Someone said. This was not to help Jean D, but to help themselves. Now that the heavenly square Xingding cauldron had been confirmed to be in Shangguan Yu's possession, they would not let it go. That's right. Jean D's attitude is a bit aggressive, but we still have to solve the problem, don't we? Rong Xiu, although the Yuntian Tower did not publicly participate in the Eldritch Wilderness's Northern Region incident, you were there at the time. This incident is also related to you. Besides, Shangguan Yu is your wife. It's not appropriate for you to side with her, is it? Everyone, calm down. We can talk about this peacefully. Someone tried to smooth things over. Shangguan Yu hasn't said anything yet. Let's hear it first. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up slightly, and it was very light. His words seemed fair and impartial, but in fact, he was forcing her to give an explanation. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes and his aura suddenly turned cold. He hated it when people threatened him. At that moment, a soft and warm hand suddenly reached over. Rong Xiu turned around and saw Chu Liyue smiling brightly. She gently scratched his broad palm and her eyes curved into crescents. "Let me explain this matter." This time, it was as if Rong Xiu's heart was being scratched. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and he quietly held her mischievous little hand. He stared at her determined and persistent eyes for a while before he gently nodded. "If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." His voice was light as he enunciated each word clearly. "I'm the wife of the Yuntian Tower. Why can't she have a sage artifact?" He was unreasonable. Yet, he was arrogant and overbearing. Many people's expressions changed. Rong Xiu's words were threatening. It seemed like he was going to protect Shangguan Yu until the end. Chu Liyue blinked. This man, her red lips curled up. Her face was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. Her eyes seemed to fill the sky. Just one look at her was enough to make one's heart flutter and be immersed in it. She moved closer and motioned for Rong Xiu to lower his head. Su Ren bent down and whispered into her ear. She laughed, her voice very low. "My man is such a good person. Of course, I won't cause him any trouble." As she spoke, her lips parted and closed. Her soft and moist breath drifted into his ears. Half of Rong Xiu's body seemed to heat up as well, and the originally suppressed anger in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. His heart and eyes were filled with only the person beside him. He tightened his grip on her hand and quickly loosened it. His fingertips gently rubbed the back of her hand. Then, he straightened his body. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't he full of anger just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly become a different person after hearing Shangguan Yu's words? What did Shangguan Yu say? However, there was one thing that they were able to see. Rong Xiu's happiness and anger were closely related to the woman in front of them. Everyone became even more fearful in their hearts. Chu Luiyue coughed softly and composed herself. The heavenly square cauldron is indeed with me. However, unlike what you've guessed, I didn't get it from the northern region of the primeval age. In fact, it has recognized me as its master since a few years ago. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1485. It recognized her as its master? Hearing these words, almost everyone present lost their composure. What did you say? The heavenly square cauldron has recognized you? A man who looked to be in his 30s couldn't help but blurt out. Chu Luiyue nodded. Doesn't the heavenly square cauldron recognize its master every time it appears? Under normal circumstances, treasures like the heavenly square cauldron would find their own owners. If one could gain its recognition, he or she would naturally become its master. If not, no matter how hard one tried, it would be in vain. Everyone was speechless. They were so focused on finding the heavenly square cauldron that they had forgotten about this. Recognized its master, it had recognized its master. Why were they still working so hard? Wait. You said that you obtained the heavenly square cauldron a few years ago. Do you have any evidence? Another person asked suspiciously. Who knows if you found this treasure in the mysterious canyon? Chu Luiyue laughed. Why would I lie about this? To be honest, the heavenly square cauldron is the main reason why I can contract with 2 divine beasts. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Everyone was stunned. They almost forgot that Shangguan Yu did contract with 2 divine beasts. One was a crimson gold heavenly phoenix and the other was a 3-eyed legendary eagle. Moreover, they were the eagle lords. At first, they found it strange as well. These 2 divine beasts shouldn't contract with the same person at the same time. If she had the heavenly square cauldron, it would make sense. It was a sacred artifact after all. Then, many people looked at each other and didn't know where to start. At this moment, Jean Di finally calmed down and asked while panting. Since the heavenly square cauldron has been with you for a long time, you must have known from the beginning that the news about the eldritch northern region was fake. Everyone's hearts trembled. Chu Luiyue nodded calmly. That's right. Even the elders of the academy couldn't sit still after hearing her words. This girl knew it all along? Then so at that time, I planned to go with everyone from the academy to see what was going on. At this point, there was no need to hide many things anymore. Chu Luiyue decided to lay his cards on the table. It's a pity that I fell sick at the last minute and stayed in the academy. I couldn't go with them. Fortunately, something happened in the northern region of the untainted land, so I had a second chance to go there. And that time, I did go. The elders who traveled with me in the academy can attest to this. Elder Huafeng quickly nodded. Not bad, not bad. At that time, I didn't agree, but this girl was very insistent, so I took her with me. At that time, he only thought that she was young and impetuous and curious. Who would have thought that there were so many twists and turns in her story? Chu Luiyue smiled gratefully at Elder Huafeng. Elder Huafeng shook his head and quickly turned his head away, grabbing the armrest beside him. This was too similar. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and kept reminding himself. 2 people. There were 2 of them. Chu Luiyue didn't notice the conflict in Elder Huafeng's heart. She looked at the crowd with an open mind. At that time, I wanted to go to the northern region of the untainted land and investigate before making a decision. However, I didn't expect what happened after that. The man in his 30s who couldn't hold back his impulse to speak at the beginning couldn't help but shout. You didn't expect it? Do you think you can send us away so easily with just a few words? Shangguan Yu, do you know that if you had said so earlier, so many people wouldn't have died? Chu Liuyue's expression was cold, and her gaze was like a knife. Do you mean that you want me to be responsible for the deaths of those people? At the very least, you have to bear half of the responsibility, right? The other party was obviously more agitated. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Heh. Chu Luiyue suddenly laughed. Forgive me for not agreeing with your words. Her gaze swept across everyone like a sharp sword that had been tempered by ice. It pierced straight to the bottom of their hearts. You went to the northern region of the untainted land just to snatch the supreme treasure. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? What did their lives have to do with her? Besides, even if I had said so at that time, would you have believed me? Her clear and indifferent rhetorical question left those people speechless. They indeed wouldn't believe the words of an ordinary student of Lingxiao College. Moreover, it was related to the heavenly square cauldron. Such a supreme treasure in the hands of a teenager. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was a fantasy. Why would anyone listen to her? Chu Luiyue tucked the stray hair on her cheek behind her ear, shrugged, and chuckled. Everyone should know the principle of alerting the enemy better than I do, right? Did they want her to put herself in danger for some irrelevant people? Even they wouldn't do that themselves. From the beginning to the end, the only people I wanted to save were the people of Lingxiao College. The lives of others have nothing to do with me. Her words were loud and clear. It sounded so resolute, but it was understandable. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, someone spoke in a cold voice. You said that you have nothing to do with the Black Demon Cave and that the Heavenly Square Cauldron had recognized you as its master a few years ago. How could it be so coincidental that among so many people, only you successfully entered the mysterious area in the canyon? Shang Guanyu, do you really not have any secrets that you can't tell others? Chu Luiyue looked in the direction of the voice. It was a man who looked about 40 years old. His face was ordinary, and his eyes were cold. Just as Chu Luiyue was about to speak, she suddenly heard loud laughter from the distant horizon. The laughter was as loud as thunder. She is a descendant of the Shangguan clan. Naturally, only she can enter my territory. This voice was vast and ethereal, but it was incomparably clear when it entered their ears. Everyone was shocked and turned to look in unison. Chu Luiyue's heart also skipped a beat. She looked in the direction of the voice. A tall and burly figure was rapidly approaching from the sky. He was dressed in a long black robe, and he walked 1,000 miles in a single step. Today, I am here. I want to see who dares to bully her. Impressive pressure. Astonishing state of mind. Digression. Tomorrow 12:00 mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1486. A Venerable God Expert. Elder Bo Yen stood up abruptly and looked at the person who had just arrived. The other party's aura was tyrannical and oppressive. He was definitely an expert among experts. He turned his gaze and looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu, lass, who is that? That man said, descendant of the Shangguan family. Wasn't he referring to Shang Guanyu? Didn't they say that this girl was an outsider? How did she have such a powerful helper? Many people pricked up their ears. Chu Luiyue looked at the middle-aged man who was striding over from the horizon. Her heart was strong and intense as it kept beating. Bang bang. Bang bang. Great. Great ancestor. She muttered softly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and unconcealable joy. Rong Xiu sensed her emotional fluctuations. His gaze turned slightly and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect this person to come so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Taizu's figure was already in front of her. His robes fluttered in the wind. He walked step by step in front of Chu Luiyue and looked at her with a smile. Chu Luiyue looked at him in a daze. For a moment, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Taizu's figure and appearance hadn't changed much. It was just that the translucent soul in the past had now become a corporeal body. His brows and expression were so familiar and intimate. Taizu bent down slightly and looked straight at Chu Luyue. Why? It's only been a while since we last met. Don't you recognize me? Chu Luyue was still in a daze. Taizu? She really didn't expect that the person who appeared would be Taizu. Back in the northern region of the primordial desolate land, she vaguely guessed that Taizu should have been there. Later on, she also knew that it should be Taizu's tomb. There, she also thought that Taizu might be able to come back to life. But, she never expected that it would actually be true. Furthermore, Taizu's strength seemed to be extremely powerful. Taizu looked at Chu Luyue, who was rarely at a loss, and could not help but laugh. He reached out his big hand and rubbed her head. Ha ha ha. Was this girl really that stupid? Wasn't she happy that Taizu was here? Everyone was shocked. Taizu? Is this man a Taizu from Shangguanyu? However, it seemed that he had never heard of an expert with the surname Shangguan in the Divine Ruins world. If there was no way they wouldn't know. Many people looked at each other, but it was obvious that they did not know much about this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. However, his appearance caused the crowd to feel a bit of fear. Not only did Shanghai have the support of Lingxiao College and Yintian Tower, but they also had a god-level master. Moreover, judging from his aura, he could practically crush most of the people present. If this person was really a Taizu from Shangguanyu, then they were connected by blood and would definitely protect each other to the end. That would be even more troublesome. Taizu patted her head lightly again and said word by word, "Don't worry. With Taizu here today, no one will be able to bully you." Chu Luyue suddenly felt a lump in her throat as she looked at Taizu's kind and doting smile. She had always been tough and never admitted defeat. Even when she was surrounded by so many people and was being pressured step by step, she still did not show any signs of weakness. Because she knew that she could not. At a time like this, if she showed any signs of weakness, these people would become even more aggressive. Therefore, she had to be tough. However, at this moment, the great ancestor's faint words suddenly and easily pierced through her barrier. In an instant, she felt wronged, sad, longing, and happy. Countless complicated emotions surged in his heart. Taizu's heart clenched when he saw that her eyes were red. All right. It's all Taizu's fault. We came too late. Our you has been wronged, right? He wanted to help Chu Luyue wipe the tears in her eyes, but he didn't know what to do. He was at a loss. He had been all-powerful for several years. In terms of fighting and killing, he was the best at it. However, his daughter was crying. He really didn't know what to do. Therefore, he could only stand there and worry. Chu Luyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Taizu, don't worry. I'm just too happy to see you. Taizu saw that she was smiling again. Her eyes were bright and bright. Only then did he feel relieved. Chu Luyue sized him up from head to toe. She was still a little confused. How did you come out? This question was tactful. In fact, Taizu was only a soul back then, and it wasn't complete. Chu Luyue had always thought that only by helping Taizu reconstruct his body and finding the remaining incomplete soul could she completely revive Taizu. But now, the great ancestor gently knocked on her forehead and smiled. Lass, have you forgotten that place is our territory? Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. Their territory. Was he talking about Taizu's graveyard? Suddenly, a white light flashed through her mind. If the great ancestor appeared like this, didn't it prove that his remaining soul was originally buried in the tomb, as well as, her gaze immediately fell on Taizu's body. There were a few shallow scars on the great ancestor's face and hands. They seemed to be old injuries. If it was a reconstructed body, there naturally wouldn't be such scars. This was Taizu's original body. Could it be that what was sealed in the graveyard was Taizu's body from 1,000 years ago? As if seeing through her thoughts, Taizu blinked. Chu Luyue instantly understood and swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. However, her heart was still surging with waves and couldn't calm down for a long time. Let's talk about these family matters in detail later. Taizu, I'll help you solve these small problems first. Taizu said with a smile, then turned around and looked at everyone present. Finally, his gaze fixed on the man in his 40s who had questioned Chu Luiyue just now. The smile on his face faded a lot, and his gaze was like a knife that scraped across the man's body, as if he wanted to directly use a knife to kill the man. Sensing the faint pain in his body, the man was a little scared and his eyes unconsciously avoided looking at Taizu. Taizu suddenly asked. Just now, were you the one who forced our His voice was no longer as gentle as when he spoke to Chu Luiyue. It was as cold as frost. Every word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies as it came crashing down heavily. The man's heart trembled. From the moment this person appeared, he knew that this person was not to be trifled with. I was just asking about some things. I didn't mean to force her. Everyone is here and can testify for me. When Taizu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched without a smile. Oh. Is that so? Cold sweat broke out on the man's back. He had seen a lot of big scenes. If the other party wasn't too strong, he wouldn't be like this. Of course it's true. The reason why I asked that was to give her a chance to clear her name. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Taizu suddenly raised his hand. A bluish-black force suddenly flew out. The man's body was immediately sent flying and then fell heavily to the ground. Taizu sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrogate you, Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1487. The surroundings instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden scene. He attacked. He attacked just like that. Wasn't he too direct? This man was also from a first-rate family. Although he was a little desolate now and couldn't be compared to the Yuntian Tower and the Meteor sect, he still had the reputation of a first-rate family. Everyone more or less gave him some face. Who knew that this man who suddenly appeared would actually start a fight without a word? You. The man who was beaten was obviously stunned. He coughed a few times and spat out a few broken teeth. They mixed with the dark red blood and looked very miserable. Master. When the few people who followed the man saw the scene, they hurriedly rushed over and helped him up. Master, are you all right? Yi Lingran couldn't wait to kick these blind people to death. Did he look like he was fine? But now, if these people didn't stand by the side to support him, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to stand properly. That attack just now came too suddenly and caught him off guard. And it was extremely strong. It was extremely ruthless. Half of his face was numb now. Every part of his body seemed to have been ruthlessly crushed by something. It was extremely painful. Every time he breathed, there was a piercing pain in his chest and abdomen. His bones were probably broken and his internal organs were ruptured. He pointed at Taizu with a trembling hand. However, when he met that pair of cold and indifferent eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He curled his finger and retracted it. However, the anger on his face was still obvious. You launched a sneak attack without a word. Isn't that too much? Taizu simply laughed out loud. What? Sneak attack? Of course it's a sneak attack. The man panted heavily. His face was red and white. Everyone was fine at first. You suddenly attacked. Naturally, it's considered a sneak attack. Sir, even if Shangguan Yu is your family and you want to protect him, you can't do this. You're really going too far. Taizu narrowed his eyes and snorted. When this sovereign made his move, everyone present clearly saw it. I was standing right in front of you. You couldn't even see that. Are you blind? You Yi Lingran never would have thought that not only was this person's strength formidable, his skin was also as thick as a city wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with hatred. Being beaten to such a state in front of so many people, he had completely lost all his face. There are so many people here. Everyone has been talking nicely since the beginning. No one dared to make a move. And you, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Taizu interrupted him impatiently, then raised his eyebrows and looked around. His gaze was as cold as a knife. It's true that you didn't directly take action against you, but which one of you didn't bully her? You are all from first-rate families and clans. No matter how you look at it, you are all people with reputations. But, in the end, you actually joined hands to interrogate a teenage girl. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. This sentence successfully caused the expressions of many people present to change. However, he couldn't say anything to refute. Taizu coldly glanced at Yi Lingran. If you don't have the strength, then don't come out and make a fuss. How shameful. Yi Lingran's chest tightened. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted on the ground. You. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant here? He said these words with a strong appearance but a weak heart. No matter what the other party's identity was, his strength was obvious. If he made a move without saying anything again, Taizu sneered. You don't have the right to ask me this question. Yi Lingran swallowed a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his whole body trembled. Taizu didn't care. He turned his head and looked to the other side. Are you from the Golden Wing sect? Naturally, he was asking Jean D. Jean D's heart suddenly jumped when he was suddenly called out. He opened his mouth and felt a little weak. Yes, that's right. Just now, Yi Lingran was beaten up like this by this man. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was really terrifying. Now, this person was facing him again. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. What do you want to do? Jean D clenched his fists. Taizu tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned around and asked Chu Luyue, last time in the northern region of the primordial desolate land, this thing has been making things difficult for you, right? Although he was still asleep at that time, he could vaguely feel what had happened inside and outside the canyon. Therefore, he remembered Jean D, and he had a deep impression of him. Hearing Taizu's words, Jean D suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this person had been targeting him since the northern region of the primordial desolate land? Then, it's him. Chu Luyue nodded slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Senior Jean D has always been very concerned about my affairs. Jean D was shocked. Shengguan Yu. What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't he deliberately making enemies for him? I'm not talking nonsense. Chu Luyue looked innocent. From the scarlet cloud sword to the heavenly square cauldron, haven't you, or the Golden Wing sect, been very active and participating? Participating? I'm afraid you're just making trouble. Rong Xiu's thin lips curled up slightly as he glanced at her. This girl became bold again when she saw Taizu. She was getting more and more skilled at tricking people. I was just, come here. Jean D wanted to defend himself, but before he could say anything, he heard the man ask him to go over. He swallowed hard. If you have something to say, just say it. He wouldn't go over. Wouldn't that be courting death? Just now, when he attacked Yi Lingran, all the people from the Golden Wing sect added together were probably no match for him. Then why would he go up and look for trouble? Taizu's expression faded a little, and his voice also turned cold. I said to ask you to come over. Didn't you hear me? Every word was full of oppression. As if a heavy hammer had hit his heart, Jean D only felt uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth. Actually, everyone just doesn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Haven't the previous misunderstandings already been resolved? Taizu was impatient to listen to his nonsense. He suddenly raised his hand. His fingers clenched. Swish. Jean D only felt a strong force attack him. The next moment, his body flew forward uncontrollably. The biting cold wind was like a knife, cutting across his face. Before he could react, his neck suddenly felt cold. Then, he tightened his grip. Ugh, Jean D let out a short cry of pain, and then he couldn't say anything. Taizu clamped his neck with one hand and asked coldly, "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Jean D wanted to speak, but he couldn't spit out a word. His face quickly turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Only his body was struggling desperately. Unfortunately, Taizu was as steady as a rock, and his efforts were in vain. Taizu held him with one hand and looked around at the same time. "Today, all of you listen carefully. All the inheritances in the canyon in the northern part of the primitive world belong to the Shangguan clan. If anyone wants to compete with you, they will end up like him." Click. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1488. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. The great ancestor casually threw Jean D's body and she fell to the ground softly. His eyes were bulging, his face was bruised, and his head was tilted to one side in a strange posture. There were a few bloodstains on his neck, and the dark red blood seemed to be about to burst out from under his skin. His eyes were unfocused, his expression was stagnant, and his breath was gone. He was obviously dead. The air in the huge square suddenly seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked on the spot. What? What happened just now? This man actually killed Jean D directly. The remaining people of the Golden Wing sect panicked when they saw this scene. Second Master. They wanted to rush over, but the corpse was right next to Taizu. They were full of fear and did not dare to approach. So they could only stand in the distance and watch anxiously and fearfully. One of them finally mustered up his courage and shouted, "Do you know who this is? This is the only brother of our Golden Wing sect master. Our sect master will not let today's matter go." What a coincidence. Taizu patted his hands lightly, as if he felt that his hands were stained with something dirty, and said with a faint smile, "It just so happens that I also feel that killing him alone is not enough." Everyone, listen to that. Was this something a human would say? Not only did he kill one, but he also felt that it was not enough. Could it be that he wanted to completely destroy the Golden Wing sect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of those followers turned pale as well. Taizu looked at them and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, someone has to go back and report the death." Moreover, he felt that he would lose face if he personally killed these people. Everyone, Chu Luiyue was in awe of Taizu and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Rong Xiu suddenly came over and lowered his voice. "So your temperament is inherited from your clan. Ordinary people really couldn't learn this ability to anger people to death without paying for it." His voice was low and pleasant, and there was a hint of a smile in it. Mixed with the scorching hot breath, it scattered on her slender neck, causing her to feel numb. She turned around and glared at him angrily. But now that she saw Taizu, her heart was filled with joy. Even this glance was exceptionally bright and dazzling. Ripples of light rippled, shaking people's hearts. Rong Xiu glanced at her delicate red earlobes and chuckled. "I like it very much." After he finished speaking, he was satisfied to see a touch of red spread to his porcelain-like cheeks. Only then did the man step back in satisfaction. His face was upright and his eyes were sharp. He was like a gentleman, incomparably handsome. It was as if he hadn't said those words. Chu Luiyue snorted. "With Taizu around, let's see if he can still be impudent." She retracted her gaze and glanced at Jean D's corpse. The Golden Wing sect had gone too far. During this period of time, they had provoked her quite a few times. However, She didn't expect that before she could counterattack, Taizu would make a move. Moreover, it was so simple and crude. Needless to say, awesome. Looks like you're really brave and insightful. You've made up your mind to completely break off relations with the Golden Wing sect? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. The one who spoke was the man in his 30s who had questioned Chu Luiyue before. Compared to the other old foxes on the scene, he seemed to be a lot more impulsive. Could it be ignorant and fearless? At this time, he was frowning, and there was a bit of cold ridicule in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think that Taizu alone could provoke the entire Golden Wing sect. Taizu glanced at him and suddenly laughed. You should ask the Golden Wing sect about this. Their ancestors didn't dare to fall out with me. But when it came to them, they were very happy. Digression, this was a February that couldn't sleep until 3:00, 6:00 mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.